Welcome back to the 2026 IPF World Sub Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships live in Sun City, South Africa, and brought to you by none other than Alenco and SBD. I'm Gary Williams, and I am joined by none other than Austrian coach Dominic, founding member of FastSetup.com and the fastest setup in the history of mankind. Welcome to the commentary booth. We've got the 74, 83, and 93 kilo sub juniors and juniors today. Anything interesting that you're looking forward to? Anything exciting that we should be ready for in this competition?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I'm really looking forward to both the sub juniors and the juniors, since there are a lot of squats already that are close to world records. And I heard about the Norwegian lifter in the 83. His goal is to get the squat world record and maybe the total. So it's going to be a very fun day.
There's some opening lifts there that are so close to that world record level, and I have no doubt that we'll see a couple of them fall today. The sub juniors are always exciting. Sub juniors are exciting because you just never really know what's going to happen. And we don't have a lot of past history on them. We don't have a lot of information on them. So it's sort of always a little bit exciting, always a little bit of a surprise to see what they can do.
Yeah, it's always like their first or second or third international comp, and it's very interesting how they will perform under pressure of a world stage.
Well, Wyatt Gremley from the US now at 125 to open his campaign.
And he's opting to lift raw with sleeves and a singlet. That's totally fine. If you want to do an equipped competition, you can opt to use raw equipment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to wear the equipment. And some guys do opt to open without equipment as well. We see that every now and then on the bench press. It's not something that I generally do, and I certainly generally don't really encourage it, simply because it can take a little bit of time to warm up the shirt and the equipment, etc. But in equipped lifting, part of the challenge is actually getting a lift on the board. I mean, it's not a simple task of just walking out, opening light, and getting a lift on. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. So sometimes you need to open without the equipment to make sure you get one on the board. Oliver Armstrong from Great Britain now, 177.5.
Walking out very confidently.
And makes that open to look easy. 3 whites, that's what you like to see.
Yeah, you could really see he could stay in the suit, like in the tension of the suit, and hit depth perfectly and stay with the weight.
We talked about Wyatt Gremlin opening raw. He's actually scratched his next 2 lifts, so I'm wondering if something's happened during training or something's happened along the way here where he hasn't been able to put the suit on and get a proper lift in. And we'll wait and see if he comes out for bench press as well. Haruki Naoko from Japan now, 195.
And as a reference, all of those lifters are age 18 or lower. So if you think back, what did you do at age 18?
Well, I certainly wasn't lifting that much.
Has to fight the suit, find depth, and he did find depth, 3 white lights.
It's always nice to get that first one on the board and lock it away.
Yeah, and when you get the first in, the second and third, you can go in with way more confidence and just focus on moving the weight and not thinking about, oh, do I get one in? Do I stay in the competition? So you can move more freely.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra pressure when you come out after missing your first one. It really takes that pressure off. Pavel Vachala from Slovakia now, 227.5. There's some big numbers in these groups. This is the 74 kilo sub junior. World record is 288. Maxim for Den will be opening at 270, so we're close to it. 2-1.
Yeah, he's actually the youngest lifter of today's flight. He's only 16 years old and already at his World Championship and getting his first lift in.
Yeah, he'll certainly be one to watch over the next 10 years as his career grows and he moves from sub-junior to junior into the opens. A washer now from Poland, 255. Doesn't look super comfortable under that bar.
I mean, you can imagine when it's about 50 kilos more or even more than your raw max to walk out with it, having straps up and reps on, it's very hard to walk out. But when you actually get into a good position, walk out, then most of the time the squat is the easier part of the lift.
Yeah, look, he found the position really well. The squat looks fantastic, nice and deep. A little bit off center in the midway through, but he pulled it back really, really well. So Joshua Thompson now, we're in the 74 sub-juniors, 260.
Yeah, so he's one of the two lifters in contention probably for first at the 74 sub-juniors, and they are very close. Just from nominations on the opener, it's just 5 kilos between him and the Ukrainian lifter. So it will be very important to get 3 great squats in.
Well, the opener was fast. 3 whites, that is a good way to kick it off. And you can show your competitor that you've got plenty of juice left in that tank.
Yeah, and he wears a suit very high, so it's probably easier for him to hit depth, but you, of course, don't get as much pop out of the bottom, but as his legs look huge, he probably doesn't need those.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade-off there. Easier depth, less out of the suit, but as you said, he looks like he doesn't really need it too much. Lukas Akavicius from Lithuania now, 260.
Very controlled walkouts.
Good controlled lift as well. Just not quite deep enough. We've got the center referee and the side referee giving a red card there.
Yeah, it seemed very close, like right on the line, and it's a split decision. The jury could intervene, but it seems like it stays.
I think it was probably a little bit too close, that one. Wei Mingyu, Chinese Taipei, 260. Of course, some absolute world champion lifters coming out of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, they are known for their squats. So he's actually opting to use a deadlift suit for squats. It is a little softer and wider at the hips, so he might be able to use it better to get to depth.
And you can see how deep he gets into it there. Made good use of the knee wraps. He's got a nice long wrap around his knee, which is great. That gives him that little bit extra.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see other nations and other coaches how they rep, and like you can see styles that get passed on, but sometimes you just see like new styles of repping, and you think about this might be even better. You try it yourself, and then you find the best way for yourself.
Yeah, it's such an individual thing. The Batosh from Mongolia now 260 kilos. We are in the 93 kilos sub-junior. And I think we're going to get close to a record for that today. The current world record is 375.5 kilos. Slow and controlled. And cost him on depth though. Just doesn't really get the dip in at the bottom there.
Yeah, it happens very often that you see the first attempt is not to depth, or it's red lighted, because the coaches and the athletes have to feel out what the referees are gonna give reds and whites for, and maybe also when you go down for your first like proper squat, the suit is gonna rock up a little, so you just take it the same for the next time, and then you can hit depth again.
Yeah, look, that's the thing about equipped lifting. It's not an exact science the way we set up shirts, and the jury has actually overruled the last one. So it is a good lift, but it's not an exact science the way we set up, squat suits and knee wraps and bench shirts. And You know, there's experience, there's a little bit of science, there's probably a fairly large bucket load of guesswork in there as well.
Yeah, there's no literature or anything on that, so you have to learn from the best around.
Maxim Fedin now, Ukraine. No lift on 270.
So he hits the hole very fast and very hard, which is pretty good if you have a tight suit on. But then he gets rocked forward onto his toes and has to restabilize it. And that's probably the reason he couldn't just get this little centimeter more of depth.
Yeah, he doesn't need much more, but I mean, it's a tough question for him now. Does he continue the pathway he was going and actually go for his planned second lift? Because if he sticks on 270, he does open the door a little bit for Thompson to pull away a little in subtotals. So he needs to consider that as well. Thomas. Djokovic just now from Lithuania.
Actually has a nice, his nice hair. It's I think from Avatar, the airbender. So he should move those 275 like air.
Oh, and just got a little bit off balance there. Great work from the spotting crew, though. They were right on top of that.
Yeah, and as a coach, you know, tell him, hey, it's not strength, you just got out of balance, which is the case. He hit
His
depth
depth
and
was
just
great, and it just shifted him forward a little bit. So yeah, and as you said, as a coach, this is the point you say, look, you know, the weight wasn't the issue. You know, just clean it up a little bit, easy lift. Alexei Vishkov now, Ukraine, 280.
actually also coached by Alexei Bichkov.
That's not confusing at all. Well, there's plenty of experience in his corner. Fast, clean, that was very good technique, as you'd expect. And they are set up really tight in that suit and tight in those knee wraps. There's going to be a lot more to come from him.
Yeah, I mean, they try to get the best out of them, and since the Ukrainian team has like a legacy of great equipped lifters, they have probably like every size of shirts and suits lying around, and just say, hey, try a smaller one, try a smaller
Yeah,
one.
there's plenty to choose from. Kristoffersen now from Norway, 310 kilos.
Yeah, and I talked to his coach earlier. He said that the goal is set. The goal is the squat world record, which is 22.5 kilos more than his opening weight. So it might be in reach.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but in equipped lifting, 22.5 kilos on a squat isn't all that much. Needs to get the first one in, though, and it moved easily. Not deep enough, though. He's got a yellow card from the side referee as well.
Yeah, you could really see that when he wanted to hit depth, the weight was just not enough to stretch the suit enough. So the knees got forward, and that's why you cannot hit depth, because the hip crease stays at the same level, but the knees just go forward.
So we are at the end of round one already. The spotting crew moving through everything very, very fast. So we're into round two with Oliver Armstrong from Great Britain now for 187.5.
Which would already be a 10 kilo PB on a second attempt.
That's not a bad way to start your day in an IPF World Championship, is it? With a 10 kilo PB on your second lift.
And you can see on his reps, he probably has like one or two more rounds.
Yeah, there's still a bit of room to move there, and they're not super tight. Well, he's got two red lights there for depth. Coach is taking a walk to the jury table to see if he gets any joy.
Doesn't seem like it.
No, it does seem like you got a lot of joy with the jury table there, but you've got to try. Haruki Momoko from Japan now, 210. Oh, and the jury has actually overturned, so it was worth the walk.
Yeah, great. So 10 kilos PB for Oliver, and now he can increase even more to get closer to the magical 200.
It'll be a big confidence builder for him out the back as well. And again, depth is the question. It is hard work getting into depth in a squat suit and knee wraps.
Yeah, I think he had the same problem as the Norwegian lifter, where at the bottom he pushed his knees forward and didn't actually sit back into the suit. That's why I always tell my athletes, like, imagine you have a chair behind you have to sit on. So you use the suit actually and not just push forward the knees.
Yeah, you got to sit back into it a little bit. It's a confidence thing as well. You've got to have a lot of trust and faith in the equipment you're using, the spotting crew, and have the belief that, all the training and everything you've done, everything's going to work. A little bit of hesitation at the start, but he pulled that back together well.
Great lift by our 16-year-old. And there's a bright future ahead of him. Just keep training, keep getting stronger.
Just trying to think what I was doing when I was 16. I certainly wasn't squatting that amount. Lucas from Lithuania now, 260 for a second attempt. Didn't get this on the first one, it was on depth. Didn't seem like there was any real issue on strength. Just got a little bit out of line, couldn't get the pathway right.
And I think he should also visit thefastsetup.com, since it's already 30 seconds.
We're open for new memberships. That looks better, and the referees say it is too. 3 whites.
Yeah, great squat, like buried it, perfect depth, and stuck with the weight, very good.
We joke about fast setup, but giving yourself time to set up is a really important thing. I mean, it's all well and good to say, yeah, I can set up in 15 seconds, I can set up in 20 seconds, that's great. But if you get told to re-rack that bar and anything is wrong, you're going to eat away that time really fast.
Yeah, that's why I make my athletes always rep their wrist reps and be ready like 20 seconds before, because if something happens, they can just re-rack and do it again.
The Wojak from Poland now, 265.
Yeah, one of the title contenders in the 93 sub-junior category. Going for a 10 kg PB.
Oh, great recovery. The midsection was tough.
Yeah, some lateral movement of the knees and of the body. But
he got all out of shape, didn't he? He still managed to pull it back together and line it back up again.
Yeah, those young guys, they are so strong, even like in situations where you don't get into normally. So
the Maxim Fedor now from Ukraine has opted to retake the 270, and I think that's probably a good choice. Just to focus on getting one on the board, then you can worry about staying in touch with your competitor. Depth looks better there. 2-1, it's a good lift.
yeah, I think he needed the first spotting style. He's getting down very controlled, and then the last bit, you just dip, and the refs have less time to see if it's depth or not. So you can get out a little spring and convince the judges.
Yeah, I think it's a really good technique. I mean, obviously, one, it's convincing to the judges, but two, is you get much more out of the knee wraps with that little dip at the bottom, that instant release of potential energy. Another strong lift.
3 white lights, good lift.
So Joshua Thompson now, 275. This will be a very good lift if you can put this on the board, because it will open up the gap on subtotals between him and Maxim from Ukraine.
Yeah, and if he moves it well, we might see actually 2 world record squat attempts following each other, because the Ukrainian lifter put in the world record already. Yeah, with those gripper knee reps, you can really cover so much space on the knee, so it's a big rep, so he can bounce at the bottom.
He gets good depth, a little bit of lateral movement, but he straightens it back up again. And gets 3 whites. His depth is fantastic. I mean, pulling that squat suit up a little bit higher, lengthening the knee reps out has really worked for him.
Yeah, and maybe a strategy of the American team would be now pulling the squat suit a little bit down, because you see that he can hit depth easily. But when he wants to get the world record, he will need a couple more kilos.
Yeah, he's certainly going to need a bit more there. 275 in the bar for Thomas. He didn't get this on his opener.
Yeah, he fell forward, but moved it pretty good. So I think he'll just have to keep the balance on the foot, and then he'll move it very easily.
Yeah, that's right. Strength wasn't an issue. Depth was good. He just got a little bit out of line. Control was good there, and he gets the 3 whites.
And moves it like air.
I was going to say, did he move it like air? Was that airy enough for you? Is he the new airbender?
He might be, yeah.
Alexei now from Ukraine, 292.5 kilos. And you can see how much his focus has shifted now from 280, where he was fairly casual walking out, wasn't overly concerned, and now he is razor focused for 292.5.
Yeah, you really have to be, because it's so high weight and it's probably close to his max. I mean, his previous max was 280, which he already did. So you have to focus on everything, single detail, and everything has to go right to lift the weight.
Well, strength is not an issue. He's got 2 to 1. It's a good lift. Center referee says it's too high, but the side referees seem to think it's okay.
Yeah, normally if the side referees say it's okay, the jury will see the same angle as they do and probably stick with the white lights.
So far, the jury having a little bit of a talk about it. We're not seeing a lot of movement. Let's wait to see. They have overturned it, unfortunately. Kristoffersen now from Norway, 310 for a second attempt.
Yeah, our only athlete who has yet to register a squat for the day.
Well, he has no problem shifting the weight. It is just about getting down deep enough, and this is a really tough position to be in now. Look, you've been a coach for a long time, Dominic. What are you going to do in this situation? Your athlete's just missed his opener and his second on the same weight, and it is just about depth. He clearly does not have a problem shifting this weight.
Yeah, I think I'd go up a little in weight to give him this room to fight more for depth. But if
The jury has just overturned, so there's good news for him.
So he will get more weight.
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon. We're not used to equipped lifting. I mean, we do often tend to use the add more weight as a safe approach, simply because it's actually a safer approach than trying to make adjustments to the equipment. I mean, if you're not quite reaching depth, an extra 2.5, 5 kilos might just do the job. But if you're trying to adjust the equipment to allow it to get depth, if you over adjust, then you're just not going to get the power out. So right now, Oliver Armstrong, 192.5 for a 5 kilo PB.
And you could really see that the reps are harder because there's more left of the rep.
Yeah, and they were pretty tough. He didn't get the lift in on that one. Coach has taken the short walk to the jury panel again.
It was very close. I feel like if you overturn the Norwegian lifter, you might overturn this as well.
Yeah, I think benefit of the doubt needs to go to the lifter, and they have overturned. Look, I think in the case where it's borderline, and if you're unsure, then benefit of the doubt should go with the lifter.
Yeah, that's always what should happen.
Haruki Noku from Japan now, 215, missed 210. Throw an extra few kilos on there.
Yeah, I think he missed on depth as well. So they gone up to give him a little more weight on the back to hit depth.
And to me, it looks better, and it is. 3 whites did the job. A couple of extra kilos on each end, just enough to help push him down through the suit and the knee wraps. Machola from Slovakia now, 240 kilos.
Yeah, he had great form for the first 2 attempts, and I think if he can stick with the form, the weight should not be an issue.
Yeah, if he can hold that technique exactly the same as he did the last 2 lifts, then he's going to be absolutely fine with this one. And just couldn't quite push through the midsection there. Just needed a little bit more speed out of the bottom to use the momentum. It's probably just a little bit slow out of the hole, I think.
Yeah, but it's very promising for the future. But because you could see, he was not failing because he was out of control of the bar.
No,
he
that's
just
right.
was too heavy. Yeah.
Yeah, he kept his technique, and I love that. In any athlete, no matter what, you keep your technique. You don't let that fold, and don't let that bar bully you around. And yeah, some days it's just going to be a fact that it's just too heavy. But if you keep that technique, you're giving yourself every opportunity. So Forcha now from Poland, 270.
He will need this weight to be in contention for first later in the day and the total. And moves it very well. 3 white lights, 3 good squats for him. So very strong.
It's a nice way to start your competition, isn't it? 3 from 3.
Next up, Lucas Sakavicius, he's going up for 277.5. His squat podium is at stake for the
Lucas Sakavicius now Lithuania, 277.5. It's a 7.5 kilo jump from 260. That sort of feel like maybe 277.5, 280 was probably his planned third lift.
Yeah, so if you fail your first, you got it in this, you repeat it for the second. What are you gonna do? You're probably not gonna jump to your preferred third attempt, but you also want to make up some ground, so don't really jump to the second attempt. So you find a number in between where you think if he really gives everything, he can do it. but not overreach.
And I think they've picked that quite well. Gets it on the board with 3 white lights. Good choice.
Great lift.
He's pretty happy with it too.
Weighing you, Chinese Taipei 277.5. He has body weight advantage against acquisition double retake squat rocks. The bar is loaded.
Wei
4
Ming Yu,
minutes to make changes for the
277.5.
Thompson to follow.
Is lighter than Lucas, so if he gets it, he would be in third for squats.
Right, he's been looking pretty good thus far. I think he's had all white lights.
Gets fired up.
I think it's good. It is 2-1.
Gets a yellow.
Yellow. What is a yellow card for, Dominic?
Commands, touching the thighs with the arms.
Next up is Joshua Thompson,
He
USA.
didn't do that.
The bar is loaded at
I think he's okay.
for Joshua to further extend provision
Or it could be a wrong button as well.
If you don't know what color you press yellow because it's everything else.
Joshua Thompson now from the US.
Yeah, opting to get to the safe route with just jumping 5 kilos, not jumping much more for the world record.
I think this is a very smart plan as well. As much as I think Maxim Fedden has 288.5 in him, I think it's a high risk move to go after a world record rather than chase the world championship. A missed attempt at the world record could end up costing him the world championship. So
yeah, lifters
big
get
call.
carried away with world records or single lift medals, but don't focus on the bigger picture, the one that counts, the total.
And right now, Latush from Mongolia, 280 kilos.
Taking some time, fixing his wrist wraps.
He's clearly not a member of fastsetup.com.
Using the whole minute. I mean, you only get 9 minutes on the platform at a world championship, right?
Want to use as much of it as you can, yeah? Well, he's used his time wisely.
Yeah, I mean, he slowed down a little at the top, but like could push through, could put force in the ground and into the bar. And now we're gonna see our first world record attempt of the day, of this session.
288.5 kilos for Maxim Fedden from the Ukraine for a world sub-junior squat record. This is a massive, massive lift.
And you now see a category 2 referee changing seats with a jury member, because world records have to be judged by category 1 referees.
The bar is loaded. Fedden, the Ukrainian, against the whisperer boys.
Making sure everything's in place so when he gets this, it counts. It'd be nothing worse than doing all that work only to find out they didn't have the right referees. 288.5 kilos. I dare say he's got it in him. His 270 look good.
Yes, I know the training style of the Ukrainian team. They probably have done it a couple times in training. Very confident.
He did really, really well there. I mean, and I think if he cleans it up, there's 290, 292 and a half. I mean, if you look at this, it's a little bit messy coming out of the hole. But he
against
cleans it
Squat
up a little bit.
Rock.
There's another 5, 10 kilos to go there. He's got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, but to have the guts to like free fall down
It
with
takes
almost
courage, doesn't
300
it?
kilos with a body weight of 73.
It takes a lot of courage. Equip lifting is a very solid mixture of a little bit of experience, a little bit of guesswork, and a whole lot of courage.
No more changes for the juniors.
You've got to be brave to be an equip lifter.
In the 93s.
290 goes to the bar for Domas now from Lithuania.
Yeah, so for him as well, he jumped 15 kilos because he failed. He didn't get his first for depth. So it's probably close to the third attempt they planned to stay in the race and keep his first place on nominations.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move here. I mean, on predicted totals, he is the favourite, but if he lets a couple get away, and he just got a little bit off balance there, what a shame.
Thank you, spotters. Great catch, Nunez.
He's going to be very disappointed with that. So that tightens up that field a little bit. So that tightens up the 93s a bit there. There's not a whole lot in it now.
It's going to be a very interesting deadlift session later.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at predicted totals, there's not very much in there, like 15 kilos between them all. But here comes Mishkov now for 295, having missed the 292.5 on depth.
But it was very easy, so he might be able with 2.5 more.
And it got overturned to a good lift, I think, didn't it? I thought it got overturned. Three whites were, no jury is going to argue with that. Puts a convincing one on the board.
Yeah, he moved faster, I think. He moved down faster, and you have less time to see if it's depth or not. And if you're not 100% sure, you can give a red. So you have to put in a white light.
We got a world record, sub-junior squat record again now. We're in the 83 kilo weight class, 333 kilos for Kristoffersen. That is a big, big jump from 310. I mean, it's equip lifting, so it's not super surprising. It's sub-junior, so there's no telling really.
Yeah, so, I mean, this record was the goal all the way, and you could see on the projected total that he probably won't have too much trouble winning the total. So why not go for a world record when it's your last year as a sub-junior?
Yeah, I think when you've got yourself in a position where you have an opportunity to go for a world record that doesn't really put your world championship chances at risk, that's the time you want to take it. Oh, he moved that so well.
Yeah, moving the weight is never an issue.
No depth though. I think the coach will take a walk to the jury. Don't know if he's going to get much joy. He's taking the walk. He took his time to take a look at the replay before he walked to the jury, which is a pretty smart move.
Yeah, that's what I got a lesson from Piotr a couple years ago. Don't always go to the jury when you already know there's not going to be an overturn.
So that brings us to the end of the squats for the sub-juniors. We move straight into the juniors now. And again, the unpredictability of these younger age categories, not just because, in the sub-juniors we often don't have a lot of data on them, but also because these younger age categories, they make ridiculous gains in short periods of time. Kitamura first off the bat with 187.5 in the 83s. And no lift.
But it looked super easy. So sometimes I think coaches get overly cautious with choosing the weight, so people cannot reach depth. I mean, it's super easy, so they might put like 10 kilos on that. He can reach depth and have a good opening attempt.
Yeah, that's the catch-22 with equip lifting. I mean, in classic lifting, choosing that opening lift is a much simpler process. It's we find something we can do any day of the week. It's light enough, you can easily do this squat even if you're having a really bad day and you've got a cold and you're hungover. We can do this squat. In equip lifting, it's not quite that simple. I mean, equip lifting is that balance between how much you can do and how much we can push through the suit to get into depth as well. And bench, we have the same issues as well. So you might be opening at above or close to your personal best because that is what works in that particular piece of equipment. Temujin Gandrit now from Mongolia, 205. We are in the 74 kilo class.
Yeah, and also the body is not always the same. Like you cut, you lose weight.
Yeah, you travel.
Yeah, and I think he forgot to close his belt.
Does that count as a beltless squat then?
I think there's a new category with open belt squats.
He had moved so fast into fastsetup.com that he didn't even waste time doing up his belts, eh?
Yeah, actually yesterday I did some equipped squats as well, and it was the first squats in a while. And I was going under the bar, and then I noticed I have no belt on. But I thought, okay, the first try I'll do just without the belt.
Like to push the envelope. Taifel, USA, 260.
Very great color matching with the suit and the shirts. Unfortunately, Titan doesn't have any other colors than black anymore for suits. I always loved the blue ones.
I can honestly say I have not been in a squat suit in many, many years. And I still don't miss it. 3 whites. It is not the most, I guess you would say, pleasant experience. But getting into a squat suit can be an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, there are different techniques. Like when you see around, people use plastic bags, slippers, or like packaging bands.
Yeah.
So there are different ways to get into a suit, out of a suit. There are better ways. There are not so good ways, I
Look,
feel like.
you will occasionally go out to the back room and see people hanging from hooks, trying to slide into a suit. Logan Edmonds now from the US, 272.5.
It seems like he has a really tight suit. So we'll see him fighting against the material and trying to get the weight and the hip crease down.
Oh, just got a little bit out of sorts there. Have a look on the replay, we'll be able to pick up where it went wrong there. Not sure if the bar shifted or his hips shifted there. Yeah, it looks like he just shifted back on his heels a little bit too far. He was sitting back into it nicely, but just sort of let the heels travel, or knees travel a little bit too far back.
Yeah, I think he'll get it if he just retries it because depth was easy.
So Anders Hvitstein from Norway now.
Norway has so many great lifters in the juniors, sub-juniors, and open and the equipped. So it's very fun to always see them because they always have great technique. I think they learn from each other a lot, and they just have like a hive of athletes just training together, helping each other, and pushing the boundaries.
Yeah, I think it makes equip lifting so much more exciting and so much easier to be a part of when you've got groups like that are training together.
And when a person next to you like squats 400, you don't think 400 is impossible anymore.
That's a motivator. And 2 to 1, that's a good lift. Yeah, it's one of those, equip lifting isn't the type of sport you can do on your own. You can't just show up to a gym and train on your own. You do need to have people around you. Don't get me wrong, there are people that train in equip lifting on their own. Tony Cliff is one of them. Don't know how he does it. I mean, it takes me 3 people to get my bench shirt on, so. But, it's one of those sports where you generally need to have a group of people to be training with as well. Yevgeny, Ukraine now, 290 kilos.
Opening with the second heaviest squad of the 74 juniors. And we'll be fighting for that squat medal and maybe for total medal in the end.
Oh, the speed of that squat was phenomenal. That takes absolute courage to drop into a squat with 290 kilos at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think they just learn it from the start. So the first time ever they get in a suit, they get told just fall down and stand up. So you don't think about it anymore when the weight goes up. And all of a sudden you have like 300 plus kilos on your back and
Well,
you free fall down.
it
And
paid off, didn't it? 290 kilos for Emmanuel Simeo from Brazil.
yeah, the first squad of the 93 juniors, which already tells you that it's a very packed class. The lightest squad opener being 290.
22 years of age. Hasn't got an international PB yet, so this will be an international personal best for him. Well, it was very smooth, not deep enough. You know, and as tough as it might be, what that's going to do, and I don't think it was an issue of being able to push through the shirt. I feel like he cut it short. I think it was more of a confidence issue.
Yeah, I feel like he just turned around a little
Yeah.
too early. He could fight a little more.
Well, I think,
Question is, can he still like get it up when he has to fight depth?
yeah, I think it's going to be a confidence deal for him, though. I mean, having just moved that weight so easily and only being maybe a couple of centimeters away from depth, in his mind now he knows it's easy. Has he got the confidence to drop another couple of centimeters, though? That's the question. Lawson at Lalo from the US, 295.
Yeah, I remember him. He did the Opens in Romania last year. Had a great squat session. Had to go to the 83s because of other athletes. But now he's in his class.
Well, I think he would have liked it to have been a bit easier, but he got the job done nonetheless.
And I don't think it was too much of a strength thing. It was more getting out of balance and being able to catch the weight back and then stand up with it.
Yeah, you can see the knee shift forward there. And powerlifting is, and particularly equip lifting, is so much about the technique, the bar paths and the lines that you keep. Carter Lewis now for the US, 295.
He also has a crazy tight suit. So if you see the quadriceps like bulging over the knee wraps and under the suit, you can see that it's very tight.
You're gonna start to ask how he even got in that suit.
Yeah, we might interview him after the comp.
You might be waiting about half an hour for him to get out of that suit, I think. Three whites.
Yeah, you could see that he almost got caught by the whip of the bar, but was able to stabilize it and then go down really fast, hit depth, and then stick with it and 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded.
Oscar Wenzel from Great Britain now, 295.
Yeah, has been on in the international stage for quite some time, even though he's only 20 years old. But I think I have seen him at a couple competitions the last couple years already.
Unbelievable to have that sort of experience at such a young age, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's quite strong without the suit as well. So we'll see how it translates into the squat with equipment.
Well, the dip in was nice. The speed out was a bit slow, but he got the job done and he made it work. It was interesting because he had a really nice dip into the suit, the knee wraps there, but didn't seem to get a whole lot of speed coming out of the hole.
Yeah, I think he dodged the tension of the suit a little in like rounding his lower back just a little, and so he had to stand up with way more strength than just the bounce of the suit.
The bar is loaded for women.
Cholo from Ecuador now, 310.
the heaviest opener in the junior 83 category. And now you can see, as you've seen the 83 sub-juniors in the sub-junior category, they also did 310. So you can see how close they are all together.
Two to one, a
2
good
to 1. It's a
lift
good lift.
correct from the start.
He was
Yes.
very lucky that the head ref gave him the recommend right at the time when he
3 more
tipped the
squats to go
forward
in
a
the
little.
first round for the juniors. Next one out is Kevin Brito, Ecuador. Ariel,
Oh,
get ready.
sometimes you just get lucky, don't you?
I mean, in favor of the athlete. So if the head ref sees you're standing upright, just give them the rec. Why wait until they fall over and then give them red
Yeah,
lights?
absolutely. There should be no messing around with it.
350.
Kevin Brito from Ecuador now, 315.
So Ecuador has a very strong team, and I've seen they have a lot of coaches with them to travel with them to the international competitions.
There's a familiar face in the corner.
I think Vice world champion last year in Romania.
Oh, makes that look easy. But no depth, 3 red lights, so no jury overturn possible.
Yeah, just cut it a little bit too high. And now that can give you a little confidence that you see, yeah, it's super easy, I can just get deeper. Or a little false sense of security, because if you have to go deeper, you might lose form and don't stand up as fast.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that one. I think that was a little bit of a combination of tight suit, tight knee wraps, and pulling up a little bit short as well.
Yeah, that's why I always let my athletes squat to proper depth in training, so they know how it is. And I'm not just saying, yeah, you'll hit depth on competition
Yeah,
day.
I think that's a really important thing. I mean, I know everyone trains a little bit differently and equipped, particularly on bench, but on squat, I think it's one of those things that, you know, you're not going to get, if you're not doing it on a regular basis, you're not going to get right on the day.
So the third Ecuadorian lifter in a row with 325.
Aruz, 325.
I had 2 seconds on the clock, so no problem.
he is not being inducted into fastsetup.com.
No lift, lack
3
of
red
depth
lights.
for Ariel.
And you could see, where is he going? You could see one was probably for the recommend because he stumbled forward after stood up, and the other ones were for depth.
Yeah.
350 kilos.
Jonas Sculler from
The bar
Norway
is
now,
loaded to
350
start so far. Only
in the
one
93
successful
kilo
squat
juniors.
in phase 1 the second. And the next
Yeah,
in
and
the
350
movement
is
appears
probably
for
like a
South.
top 5 opener as well in the open. So he's already set, but has still 5 years more or 4 more years in the juniors.
No depth again. This guy's just struggling to get into depth. That is the fastest I've ever seen anyone run off a platform with knee wraps in the squat suit.
So it's fastsetdown.com.
That's fast. Reversesetup.com.
Also paid for in this kind of juniors. Entering the
We
second
move
round,
into
which is a
round 2 already.
7.5.
Yeah, there you could see in the 93s, just getting one in might already be enough to step on the podium, because only Oscar got one attempt in, and the others will have to retake theirs.
Kitamura now from Japan, 187.5. Had not got this on the opener.
Yeah, and this was the lifter I thought, they can just increase by 10 or 15 kilos. It will be very easy. But opts to stay with the same weight. Stands up very fast. But
And
doesn't
still
hit depth.
depth again. And I do think this is a case of put 5 more kilos on there. He's not having any problem shifting the weight.
Yeah, or you pull up the suit a little, because you could see that the legs are very low, and you could pull it up a little so he has more room to sit into it and get to depth.
Yeah, it really looked like he was struggling to push through the suit there. Gambit now 225.
Yeah, the Mongolian team also, especially in the equipped single bench press, they always have full teams and great lifters. But also with the juniors, they get a big team here, and they always are well prepared.
Yeah, Mongolian team has been getting bigger, getting more athletes, better quality, better training, better coaching. Their coaching teams and the coaching staff have really developed the knowledge over the last few years, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think there are countries which have so much raw talent in athletes, but don't yet have the information, especially with the equipment, to get this raw talent into the weight on the bar. So when they learn, when they see each other on international competitions, they learn, and then they can get this talent into proper equipment and get way more weight on the bar.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how long it takes for athletes to learn how to use equipment, and it's a decades of training and practice, and you're still learning more. But it's just the same for coaching equipment as well. It takes a long time to learn how to coach athletes in equipment as well. It's not just a case of training programs and progressive linear programming. Learning equipment is part of the deal as well. Edmonds from the US now just got his lift in.
Yeah, and that's why I always recommend talking to people, like being nice, asking, hey, why are you rapping like this? Hey, why are you putting the suit on like this? And that's how you learn equipped. There's no literature for that. You can't read a book over that.
Look, and everyone's got their own way of training and their own technique. What you've got to do as a athlete and as a coach, you've got to find the ones that work best for you and find the one that works best for the athlete you're coaching. And every athlete you're coaching is going to be a little bit different. They're going to fit the equipment differently. They're going to be able to use the equipment differently because we're not all biomechanically the same. So Fell now from the US, 275.
Already going for 15 kg international PB. Has no trouble walking out. Is very stable under the bar. Had to work a little, but 3 white lights.
Not a whole lot of room left for the next one, but a few little equipment adjustments, tighten things up here and there, throw some more weight on. Might see the next one even easier.
Yeah, just crank up the reps a little. And even though they are probably not that much harder, the athlete will think they are harder, and then they will be able to lift more weights.
Yeah, I mean, look, the confidence and the feeling takes a huge role in equipped lifting. Anders Weinstein now, 287.5.
Yeah, and he's now in third in squat, and he's closing in onto the top ranks. So if this goes well, it sets him up to increase a little more to fight for a squat silver or gold medal.
Dips into the bottom, but not deep enough, and it's 3 reds, so no jury intervention on that one.
Yeah, and sometimes the dip, yeah, it looked just parallel, yeah.
It's always hard to see on our camera angles, but it's always a tough. I certainly would not like to be a referee, particularly in a quick squat, and I think it's probably one of the hardest ones to referee.
Yeah, I think the referees say, yeah, this time you don't fool us, even though it's fast. We saw that it's borderline.
Emmanuel Simeo from Brazil now to retake 290.
So he's one of 4 lifters in the 93s who hasn't gotten a squat yet, but we will see. As we said in the sub juniors, the first attempt is always for calibration,
30 seconds
and
to
then
start.
they'll be able to hit depth more efficiently.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's actually coming out. Can't see him in the wings there. He's only got about 20 seconds left on the clock, I think. So if he is coming out, he is cutting it all the way fine or making a very grand entrance. But my guess is he's not coming out and he's left a number on there as a courtesy.
Maybe he knows that he only has one heavy squat left in him,
Yeah, look, and
takes his time.
that's another approach as well. I mean, it is very, very taxing doing equipped squats. I mean, that you are well over your raw maximum, and sometimes lifters do opt to say, I'm going to do the first one, and it was hard, so I'm going to take a bit of a breather. I'm just going to do the third one. I might get maybe 1 or 2 light warm-ups in between my first and my third to keep me fresh.
Yeah, you'll see that on the primetime sessions on Eurosport, where there's only like 6 minutes in between. People leave out one attempt, but now we are 14 lifters, so you had like 13 minutes to recuperate.
Yeah, it's almost too much rest time for my likings. Yevgeny Matheson now from Ukraine, 300.
Yeah, wants to regain the first place in squats.
Well, I turned my head to the board for a second, looked back and I'd missed it. That was super fast.
Yeah, so that's just the Ukrainian method, it seems. So they get down very fast. I mean, you could use tighter equipment when you go that fast because the velocity helps you reach depth.
Yeah, and the amount of potential energy you're going to build up with that speed into the hole is going to give you a great bounce out of the bottom.
And but this only works when you can stay very, very rigid.
Oscar Wenzel from Great Britain now.
Yeah, so still the only one on the board in the 93s, trying to extend his lead.
Well, I always say in equipped lifting, you do not have to show up here to be the top nominated person to go after a gold medal. You've just got to show up and get every single lift in. And if you do that, you might just create an opportunity to be on the podium. Again, not deep enough.
Yeah, and I think they are actually, most of them, they are really cutting it quite high. I don't know, maybe it's the nerves. Maybe it's when you walk out and the weight feels heavy on your back. You don't know if you can even squat it. You don't have the confidence to go
Yeah,
fully
you do.
to
You're playing
depth.
mind games with yourself, and I always tell athletes that I'm coaching that when you get under that bar for a squat, whether it's raw, whether it's quick, doesn't matter. You need to take ownership of it and absolutely dominate that bar right from the beginning. If you lift that bar out a little bit too casually, it feels a bit heavy, your walk's a bit awkward, you're playing mind games with yourself. You've already convinced yourself that it's heavy. Now that is a strong commanding walkout from Lawson Lilo.
Very strong.
It gives him the confidence now.
Yeah, and for myself, I always let my coach tell me when I hit depth. So I hate it as a coach to do it because it's always your fault when they don't hit depth. But that's how I give away a little of the control and tell, yeah, you'll say when I hit depth. When I get red lights, I can put it on you, and it's not my problem.
It's always a tough one as a coach, isn't it? Because the onus is suddenly on you. The responsibility for depth is all on you. Carter Lewis now 310 in the 83 kilo junior class.
But I think it's a skill worth building to hit depth without someone telling you, like knowing when you hit depth and when you don't.
Yeah, I think it should be something you're practicing all the time on every single squat. You shouldn't be doing any squats not to depth.
Good lift for Paul to do
3
it.
whites, great squat.
And we're already way north of the 300s. For juniors, all of them weighing under 100 kilos, some of them weighing under 90, under 80 kilos.
I remember juniors and sub-juniors in this weight class a very, very long time ago. They weren't anywhere near these sorts of weights.
I feel like there was a little dip with the juniors a couple years ago in equipped, but now I feel like they're getting up there again. Maybe not the depth, like the amount of people, but the top scorers, they are there and they are close to world records.
Oh, it's unbelievable how far they've come. I mean, I remember emceeing comps 10 or 15 years ago. You know, the numbers on the board that we're seeing now as opposed to sub-juniors and juniors 10 or 15 years ago, we're talking double and triple what they were squatting. It's amazing the progress this sport has made and the athletes have made as well. And it's got an incredible future ahead of it. Tough call on that one, but he gets the reds, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the coach has quite limited time to get to the jury because there's going to be 2 more Ecuadorian lifters.
That's always
coming
tough
up.
when you've got multiple lifters. I mean, you've got to give everyone the attention they deserve.
The bar is loaded for Kevin.
Yeah, and it will stay red lights, but he has another attempt to adjust. And he's on the board. Kevin Britonneau retaking his squat, upping it by 5 kilos, probably because he didn't get enough weight on his back to hit depth. So now he's going up 5 kilos, maybe just for his head to say, it's more kilos, I can go down. We'll see.
Well, depth looks really good from this angle. I'm not saying I'm sitting in the ref's chair, but 3 white lights it is.
Yeah, way better squat, like technique-wise, depth-wise, and 320 kilos on the board.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the thing with powerlifting, and particularly equipped powerlifting. There's such a psychological part to equipped powerlifting. It's not just about I can lift that weight. There's this whole other aspect to it.
Yeah, and if you compare it to something like soccer, you have like a game every weekend. You have a lot of other teammates. You can play together. There's other strength like coordination. Here it's just strength. You have to just do this weight. You have 3 attempts to show what you can do, and so it's very nerve-wracking to put everything into this one attempt.
It all comes down to you. I mean, you're not waiting for the ball to be kicked in a certain direction. It's up to you. Well, he got a little bit out of shape as he came into the hole there. I think we sort of expected that wasn't going to go. He tried to clean it up. Probably seeing the replay, you can see his hips kick around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he hit depth very great, like it was very deep, but then his hip kicked back, and then to get back onto the bar with 330 kilos is very hard.
The bar is loaded. 360 for Scar.
Ole Jonas Skar, coached by his brother, who is known as a very good powerlifter as well, going for a 360 squat, so upped it by 10 kilos. I mean, going down and going up with the weight was not a problem. Just to hit proper depth, he just has to go a little deeper.
He took his time down the bottom there, hung around there for a little bit.
This time it is a good lift for
His 2 whites.
Yeah, I think he took his time, showed the refs, hey, look, I can hit depth. Look at it, and the side refs got him white lights.
Sometimes you just got to show off a little bit.
And the jury seems content with it.
Oh, they have overruled that actually. I didn't think they were going to, but they have overruled that lift. So that is a no lift there.
So as crazy as it sounds, with 360 on the bar, I think they will have to increase it a little more again.
Yeah, I think if he's not getting depth, it's clearly not an issue with strength. Coach is taking a walk and having a bit of a chat, and which is fair enough. Wants to get some clarification, wants to know exactly what the issue is. I think that's a good idea sometimes. I mean, it's all well and good saying he wasn't deep enough, but let's go and get some clarification. 3 whites. Kitamura gets on the board. Nothing like leaving it to your last lift.
When you fell up,
there's no getting up when you're in
not
wraps.
getting up, no. Yeah, so he showed us that he can actually hit depth with this weight, so we were wrong. He didn't need more weight.
And when you fall over wearing knee wraps in a squat suit, there is no getting up.
Yeah, that happened to me. I was once to stand up from the chair after getting wrapped, but I didn't grab the hand properly, and then I fell back, and I was lying like a caterpillar. Please help me. Pick me up.
I'm not sure I want those images in my head, Dominic.
Yeah, so another 20 kilo increase for the Mongolian lifter. So he started at 205, then 225, and now 245.
Yeah, Mongolia, the way a lot of their coaches coach, a lot of their athletes lift, they do train for bigger jumps. We see it a lot in bench as well.
And it's a skill to have like this big of a window in the same equipment to hit depth with 40 kilos less than you can stand up with.
Yeah, that's very true. And I was talking about that earlier this week about bench press. 3 white lights, good lift. You know, you can't go out and open at 250 kilos and plan to go to 350 kilos in the same shirt. You know, one bench shirt might have sort of, a 30, 35, 40, maybe top 50 kilo range.
That's a lot already.
And we're already pushing the envelope there. So, you've got to plan your whole competition out. This is the equipment I'm using. So, if I open here, this is as far as I can really go in that particular shirt. So, I need to open a little higher with a different one. It's not a simple, it's not. You don't come to an equipped competition with a simple plan.
Yeah, I mean, you come with a plan.
You come with,
and then
I
you do your
come
first
with about
squat
10 plans.
Yeah. And then you come to your first squat, and the plan is already gone.
Ty Feder now from the US 280. And I like to have a whole alphabet of plans, A through to Z. I just couldn't quite put it together.
Yeah, he had to work for the 275 already very hard. So they took a small increase and it didn't go. So they probably found his max on the second attempt. And now he has a lot of time to change into the bench shirt and get warmed up.
A little bit messy there, but that's okay. And if you think 3 lift in classic is taxing, try 3 lift in equipped. It is extremely taxing being up there in a squat suit and hitting 3 absolute maximal squats. Then having to take all that gear off, try and get into a bench shirt. And Edmonds with a very nice 285.
A great recovery from not hitting depth on the first and then getting a second and third in. Probably almost a planned third attempt with 285.
So Waitstone now 287.5. Missed this on his second. We've still got 3 lifters yet to put a lift on the board. So we'll take a look at this one. From Norway, Weitstein. having to work for it.
2 to 1, a good lift this time from Vinestone. He retakes squat bronze. Logan Edmonds is out with the
2 to 1, it's a
gold.
good lift.
Now into a critical attempt, Emmanuel Simao, Brazil, Sud 19. Could not come out for a second. He relies on the third.
The jury
Emmanuel
seemed pretty
reaches third
content.
total in the
Yeah,
competition.
so we now see
The
Emmanuel,
bar is
after
loaded
not
for
taking his second
Simao.
attempt, probably to recuperate everything he has, and now about half an hour after he took his first attempt, taking a third attempt. So I hope he's still warm. I mean, it's pretty warm here in South Africa during the day, not in the morning.
Yeah,
But
look, it's a tough. I mean, I really understand this decision. I mean, it's a lot of energy out there. 290, that takes a lot out of you. Take the rest, recuperate a little bit. But is that too much rest in a big flight like this?
But maybe what we don't know, maybe they changed the
True.
suit, like did another warm up in the back, and now do it like this.
Well, it looked good from here, and boy, was that smooth.
2
2 to
to
1,
1,
he gets the
Alex on the
lights.
board.
That is a good lift so far.
So he stays in the competition
Francisco
for now.
Hopeless Simao contra Stroy Harris from 2021. Still missing on the board.
Jury taking a look at the replays. We'll let you know if anything happens from there. They look okay.
Mental to follow.
They look content. I don't see anyone reaching for the
The
button.
bar is loaded, jump of 10 kilos for provisional squat goal over Los Unidos.
So far, so good. So Yevgeny now from Ukraine with 310.
So we'll see if he not only has the best beard in the juniors 74 class, but also the best squat.
I'm just glad he doesn't have that beard in the sub-juniors. I don't think I could have grown a beard like that when I was a junior.
I can't do it even now.
I had to shave mine. I got stopped at too many airport security stations.
Yeah, so now the increase makes a lot of sense. He's going up 10 kilos to get 2.5 kilos more than the American lifter because he's heavier, so he has to lift more.
And I think it's paid off. It has 2 to 1.
Yeah, it seems like the perfect attempt. And now we'll have to see if Lawson can answer with a 320 and get the gold medal in the squat in the 74s.
Yeah, look, we always say you don't have to show up to a powerlifting competition with the top nomination. You just have to put your lifts in, chip away at your total, keep yourself within reach of those top medals, and then just wait for someone else to make a mistake. And when they do, you're there, ready to take the opportunity. Don't get too caught up in the battles and the medals, and just do your job. Put your numbers on the board, chip away, and just wait for it to happen.
Yeah, Oscar going now up again, 7.5 kilos after he felt a 305. Maybe this is the amount of weight he needs to stay stable in his suit under the bar, so he can now hit depth properly. And oh, he's okay.
He's just putting it back. He's going to
He has 10 more
unrack
seconds.
again. He just wants to get a bit more comfortable under the bar there. I think he just got a little bit too aggressive there. Right on time. Oh, I thought he got it on the time. That is a shame. I thought he got the call right on the buzzer there, but unfortunately, I think he just got a little bit too over-aggressive on the first walkout and it got away from him a little bit. Disappointed. He'll be disappointed with that, but still a long way to go in the competition.
Even though those are very stiff bars and very good, strong Alico bars, when you have so much weight on them, they tend to
yeah, they still whip around.
they're whipping a little, and you have to catch it. So either you do it like you go with the whip, or you stabilize each step and then go out without whipping.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Leico bar is one of the best bars on the planet with the least amount of whip or bend in it that you'll ever find. It's the stiffest thing you'll ever find. But with that much weight on it, it's still going to bend. I mean, it's impossible for it not to. 3 whites.
Powerlifting
Of course,
provisional squat
Leica,
roll.
makers of the greatest weight lifting and powerlifting equipment on the planet and the best
Next
waffle
up,
irons.
Lawson Lilo, USA,
Yeah, and Carter
holding
Lewis, his
22
first year of
jump squat
juniors,
roll in the
just
7th.
great
Absolutely
attempt
smoking
selection,
it.
exactly knowing where to hit depth, what weight to choose.
Ready,
So
go.
he has a bright future ahead of him.
Lawson Lilo now from the US with 320.
Bars unit for the USA in Lilo, 320 kilos.
Yeah, Lawson shooting for another PB. I'm seeing his training on Instagram sometimes, and it always looks very great. So let's see if he can translate it to the platform.
That moved really well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just didn't get deep enough there.
I think that's the nerves. It was heavy. The second attempt was very heavy, so he did cut it now.
So 330 goes on the bar for Cello from Ecuador.
But you can see Evgeny now from the 74s gets in with the squat gold because he made all of the 3 attempts, took the perfect numbers, and Lawson, because of his cut third attempt, gets only second place.
That's it. You just need to put your numbers in and wait for someone else to make a mistake. Nothing quite like having a world champion coaching in your corner, is there?
Yeah, and Sterling, he wants to stay in the race for first overall, so it's it makes a lot of sense to increase the weight again because he stood up very easily, just didn't hit depth, so he really needs this to stay in the fight for the first spot.
Yeah, if he puts this on the board, it keeps him in touch with the gold medal predictions. 2-1, no lift. I wonder if the coach is going to go to the jury on this one.
You could see how much strength he has. Like, you could see he doesn't get it perfectly down, not perfectly up, but he still like sticks to the bar and stands up so easily.
He has got a huge, huge future.
In the competition. It's either this or he's out.
Aria
The bar
Aros
is
from
loaded.
Ecuador now as well, 330. Has not got a lift on yet, so has to get this one on the board. This is not an unusual position to be in equipped lifting. I mean, if you're in this position in classic, you're in all sorts of trouble. There's not a whole lot you can do. But in equipped, this is not that unusual. The coaches have been through this before. They'll be out the back talking you through it.
I mean, the coaches, like, not telling you, but they are dying because they are nervous. I had the same thing today.
They're probably more stressed than the athlete. I know I have been in the past as a coach.
Really, standing up with the weight never was the problem. He just had to hit depth now.
His walkout was super confident. I'm not going to call that one. 2-1, it's a good lift.
Yeah, that's all you need. 2 white lights for the whole squat session for him, but he's on the board.
The bar is loaded.
And the jury don't seem to be making too much movement. I think they're okay. Having a look around now. So we go to 330 for Brito now from Ecuador.
But he will not challenge his Ecuadorian teammate for the gold medal in squats because he is 100 grams heavier. So he should have maybe put down his underwear as well when weighing in.
Yeah, that extra piece of toast for breakfast, mate. That's always the killer, isn't it? That is the fastest run to the platform in wraps I've ever seen.
So we might have to invite him to the club of fastsetup.com.
He might get a special invitation. Oh, depth looked good in that one as well. Unfortunately, he just sort of shifted back. as he came out of the hole. You could see he got depth quite nicely. That wide stance can be a big risk.
Yeah, the base of support just gets so narrow when you
Yeah.
put your toes out. It's getting just a little more short, and when the bar tips forward or backward outside of the space of support, you just fall.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. So 360 for Scar from Norway. Has to get this, has not got a lift on the board. On predictions, he is the clear favourite. So he has to put this one on. And even without adding any extra through squats, he is still the clear favourite on predicted totals.
So he has the strength, just push it down a little more.
That
looks
better.
good.
I think it's there on this one. It is 3 white lights. He gets it on the board. Nothing like leaving it to the last second.
So we conclude the 93 juniors with one attempt made by each lifter.
Unbelievable. What a way to finish that round. Don't go too far away. Of course, we're going to be back here in about 10 minutes' time as these guys, juniors and sub-juniors, go through the bench press session. Welcome back to the 2026 IPF World Sub Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships, live in Sun City, South Africa, and brought to you by none other than Aleco and SBD. I'm Gary Williams, and I am joined by none other than Dominic, the big Austrian coach and co-founder of FastSetup.com. We'll be taking you through the Sub Junior and Junior 74, 83, 93 kilo men's, and we are into the bench press session already. And there was nothing like leaving it to the last and final squat to get one on the board a few moments ago. The Moku now from Japan to get the bench press session started with 125.
Yeah, so the Japanese are known for their great technique in bench press.
This is probably I think, even in Classic, this is the most technical lift. I think this is probably one of the toughest ones to get a lift on the board in Equipped.
Yeah, and when you're at a super high level, it's such a fine line to ride where you can't get down, but if you get too much weight, you can't get up again. So it's like a very narrow window.
It's a very, very fine balance to get it just right. And when you get it right, it feels amazing. You can see there's a chalk mark on his bench, on his chest there, where he's been touching every single time. And he's got it exactly the same, but he's got two reds. He's got a blue and a yellow there.
Yeah, the yellow probably for hitting the rack. Although I didn't think it really helped him. I mean, it's only a red light if you get help by hitting the rack. And the blue one for up and down movement. The jury might look at it, but it seems like there's a no lift. But it was very easy, so they can just repeat it and do it again.
A lot of things to think about as an athlete on the bench. Your feet have to be flat to the floor. They can slide around, which doesn't help you anyway, but they can't leave the ground. Your butt has to be in contact with the bench. Shoulders, head need to stay in contact. Elbows locked out of the start. Wait for the start command. Wait for the press command. Wait for the rack command. And 3 white lights. And refereeing this lift is probably just as difficult as well. There's so many things to look at.
Yeah, and with the dip of the bar, like, it is only a red light when the whole bar dips. So sometimes when you are at a side angle, your side dips. You of course press red because it dipped, but only one side dipped, so it's fine, and you can stay with 2-1.
Oliver Armstrong now, 130. So that was Bishkov just before with 130.
Yeah, so all very clustered together. I feel like for the juniors and especially the sub-juniors, the bench is the one lift that has to develop the most. So you have to work the most time with it. And those people are 18 years old. How much time should they be in equipment?
Yeah, look at that young age. I mean, especially in bench, you've got such a long way to develop, to learn that shirt, and that's going to change over time as well. You know, you see some of the guys move from juniors into open category, you know, and they shift up weight classes because they're getting older, they're getting bigger, try new shirts. It will take them a good few years after getting to the opens to then find their feet again on the bench press, and they find the shirt that works properly. It takes a long time.
Yeah, and you see, like, for the single lift bench pressers, the people who are at the top, they are well into the 30s, maybe 40s.
Yeah,
So
it takes a long time to get used to that equipment and really figure it all out. So Lucas now from Lithuania, 142.5.
We'll be trying to stay in medal contention for the total. Currently is at nominated second place with his total.
So really important for him to get his benches on then. Not looking for anything miraculous, not looking to make up lots of kilos, just get the numbers on the board and chip away.
Yeah, and you can see him, he's not wearing a belt for bench. So there's different ways of using the shirt and using a belt at bench. And I feel like when you have a great arch and it collapses when you wear a belt, you might just try to not use a belt so the arch stays up, and you use a singlet that gives you more compression around the body, so that keeps the shirt in and not the belt.
Yeah, it's all very much about how you learn and how you use the equipment. Everyone uses it a little bit differently. There's no exact science between this is the right way and this is the wrong way. Everyone has their own method that works and technique that works. I mean, there's certainly a lot of things across the board that work. Speed was fantastic from you there.
And I'd be really interested if he borrowed the shoes, because I know those and they are probably older than himself. It's very great that such things get passed down
I don't think they
generations.
even make those ones anymore.
No, they don't. No.
Bartosz now from Mongolia looking for 150. And the 93 kilo sub-juniors is a tight field in projections. So every lift is going to count here.
Yeah, at this high level, it's not about, do I get one attempt in? No, you have to get one attempt in, and you have to get more than one attempt in, because you need all this weight for the total.
Yeah, an extra 5 kilos here could make all the difference at the end of the day when it comes down to that deadlift. You want to be putting yourself in the best position you can be when you get into the deadlifts. Because that is not where you want to be trying to chase people down. You want to be well ahead or well in touch. Piotr from Poland now, 162.5.
Yeah, and I always tell my athletes, don't think about, do I get one in? Do I get one in? No, you think you will get one in anyways. You think about the next steps. So that's how you should approach the competition.
Made good use of the shirt. Good compression across the chest.
Yeah, you could see really his chest like getting compressed, put down, but he could stay pretty much up with his belly and touch there, get a good point and press it through.
The first time you ever bench in a bench shirt, and if you've never done it before, I encourage everyone to give it a go. It is the strangest feeling you'll ever experience in your life when that chest plate compresses across your chest. It tries to fold you in half.
Yeah, and that's why you should always start with very big equipment, so you have way more room to move in it, and maybe just get your raw max for an easy single or a little bit more, and you'll get into smaller equipment anyways later, but start off pretty big and try to replicate your raw bench.
Yeah, learn step by step.
And the training with Daiki Kodama, and he always said raw, same equip, so it should look the same always.
Good lift from Norway. Christopherson. Thompson now from the US with 170.
Yeah. So the Norwegian lifter had a tough ride at the squat attempt, but now got his first bench in, so he's in the competition and has quite some room at first place against the second place lifter.
$170 goes in the bar. And of course, there's not a lot between first and second in the 74 kilo class either, so every bench press is going to count. And it just didn't move a lot, didn't get a lot of speed off the chest there. We'll see in the replay. The touch didn't look too overly difficult, but just didn't really get any speed. I'd be inclined to maybe pull the shirt collar down just a smidge. Need to touch just a little bit harder, get a little bit more speed off the chest there.
Yeah, and you just see those attempts in equipped bench, and then the next just flies up. In raw, when you don't hit it on strength, you probably don't hit the second one.
Yeah, look, if you're going to miss the opener on strength in classic bench, there's not a whole lot you can do out the back to fix that. You're either going to get it or you're not. In equipped bench, there's a lot we can do out in the back room.
Yeah, Pavel, our 16-year-old competitor.
Absolutely outstanding.
Already had a great squat session. Seems like it will be a great bench
Well, he's
session
got
as well.
really good speed off the chest there. I just couldn't really lock it out. Just needs to let's have a look at the replay. I think he just needs to follow it through a bit faster.
Yeah, I think he wasn't able to push it all the way over the shoulders to use maximum force
Yeah,
to the bar.
just needs to stay with it off the chest, build up a bit more speed off the chest, and let that momentum carry him through. Vukovic is now from Lithuania, 175.
Back to the close battle of the 93s. Because you can see just from getting one attempt in and putting in the second attempt, the Polish lifter already wants to be ahead on nominated total. So it's really close. There's very low margin of error. Again, moves it like air. The air banda.
177.5 for Wyatt Vermillion, USA. Penultimate opener.
He is going to enjoy listening back to that commentary.
I mean, I think you're asking for it if you put up this.
I think
hair.
you are asking for it, yeah. So Wyatt Gremlion from the US now, 177.5.
Yeah, this was the lifter who opened up raw on squats and will probably open up raw on deadlift. So he's here for the bench, and the bench is what he does best, it seems like. So maybe he got injured in prep and now can only bench. But going for gold medal, because you can still get a single lift medal, even though the other lifts don't go as well. And there's definitely no fatigue of the squat.
Definitely not there, and demonstrates that very, very well with 3 white lights.
Great lift. Yeah, so when you get injured, like in the final week of prep, the flight is booked, everything is booked, you already paid for it, so you just go and try to get a single lift medal and do your best.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the thing. We don't know the backstory. We don't know what's happened over the last couple of weeks as well. As you said, I mean, if it happens a week out, you've already booked everything. Flights booked, everything's paid for. You've paid your entries, you've paid all your fees. You might as well come along and see what you can do. Every bit of experience on a world platform is worth its weight in gold. And you know, he might be injured, he might not be in the running to win an overall gold medal, but the experience he's going to get from being here as a sub-junior particularly is priceless. Fedin now from Ukraine with 202.5.
Wow, such a great technique. And that's the lightest lifter, like the lightest weight class of the whole group, but the heaviest opener by far.
And is he going to edge close to that world record today at 213? We will see.
Yeah, the Ukrainians, like, they just have such great technique because they get hammered it in, like, from age 12, 13, 14.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about how long it takes to learn to use the equipment. You know, I mean, some of your juniors and sub-juniors have already been doing it for several years before coming here. But right now, Naoko from Japan missed the 125 on the opener.
Yeah, hit the rack. Maybe now, as a coach, I would tell him, hey, just lie down a little bit further to the banner, so not too much up, so you cannot get in contact with the J cups.
That looked a lot cleaner. 3 whites.
Yeah, hit it way better, more controlled, and could push it through.
Armstrong now for 137.5.
So you think he puts the 137.5 to the moon?
Yeah, I think this one's going to rocket to the top. One small step. That was smooth all the way through, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you could see like he's wearing an Titan F6, which is like the easiest to touch and the softest material of a shirt you can get, probably, which is the closest to raw. And then you see other athletes having like the low cut with the blue
Yep.
collar, which is way harder, way.
The jury has just overturned that lift, actually.
Yeah, I think the butt was up a little. I could see light through.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a really good point there. I mean, you don't want to start your lifting career in bench in a super katana. I mean, they're the most. I mean, they are a fantastic shirt, absolutely incredible. I've had many great lifts in a super katana, but they are the most unforgiving as well.
Yeah, and you need a certain weight to get like a full range of motion out of those shirts. And those lifters are.
Gets that one on the board.
Yeah. This is probably the bench is probably the lift he has to learn the most of his coach Alexei.
Yeah, it's going to take time to develop. You know, he's going to change as well. He's going to, as he goes older, he's going to get bigger, and he's going to have to change shirts and break in new ones and learn all that part of it. Three white lights for Lucas. Nice lift.
155 weighing in 205 kilos.
Yeah, already showed great technique on squat, and now shows it on bench. So I feel like this is the perfect start to get into maybe tighter equipment, put on some more muscle, and work from the great technique you have. Stay with the technique, just get into tighter equipment. I think that should be the order. You should get into a great technique and be strong, and then get into tighter equipment, and not the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, your tighter equipment is not going to fix your technique, and you know, maybe it might add some more weight, but if your technique isn't there, tighter equipment is not going to help, and in fact, it's probably going to just ruin everything. You want to get that technique first. Three whites, good lift.
Yeah, great bench press.
Yeah, I always recommend people when they're getting into a quick bench, you know, start off your lifting career in a, you know, an F6, you know, Titan F6 or an Inza Rage or something like that. They're forgiving, they're easier to use. You know, they don't take, you know, as much time to get into it and get a sort of technique down pat. Then develop your technique and then upgrade your shirt a little bit. But you know, just take your time with it. I mean, I competed many years ago in an Inza Rage for a very long time. And it was a really forgiving shirt, and it was a great way to start off. And Bartoj from Mongolia with 160, good lift. Yeah, and even when I came back to a quick bench press after a very long time away from it, I restarted in an Inza Rage because I just wanted the forgiveness and find my feet again, find my technique again, and I used that for probably about a year before I jumped up to another Titan Katana.
Yeah, and some lifters, they will never get it to like a super katana,
Yeah.
because especially when you're a light woman, there will never be 180 kilos on the bar to stretch the material. So you might just use a little softer material, but a little tighter, and then you can stretch it more with 100, 120, and 130 kilos.
Yeah, I mean, you'll hear a lot of talk about, you know, what the best shirts and which shirts. Realistically, the best shirt is the one that works best for you. Thompson there. Does he get it on the board? He does. So Thompson puts 170 on the board.
Same exact scenario
Yeah, for example, my fiance, she's competing in a 96 full power equipped,
The bar is
and
loaded.
she tried to get the low cut to work so many times and just got back to an F6, pressed her PB on the international platform.
Yeah, it's all about what works best for you. Pachola, Slovakia now at 170. Didn't get this on the opener.
I think had struggles to lock out the right elbow.
Just needs to be a lot faster off the chest and chase it to the top. That was better, and I think it's got the job done.
The right elbow again.
Oh, again though, 3 reds. He's got blue, yellow. He's got the entire rainbow of colours there. He's got a whole bag of Skittles.
He got up well, but then he was probably a little bit too far
Yeah.
to the belly, and then couldn't hold the weight at lockout.
Future from Poland now, 170.
Yeah, with this lift, he will be second in the nominations and only 7.5 to the first in nominations for total. So it's all very close, and every lift counts in this group.
Three whites.
And he has a lot of shoulder strength, I guess, because he lowers the bar very low to his belly, but still is able to get it from there up to the top. So he had to work a lot of front delts and chest.
Yeah, it's a great position there that he uses. Christopherson from Norway now for 177 and a half.
He had a rough day on squats, only getting in one. Tries to make up on it on the bench press.
Yeah, probably not the position he wanted to be in coming into the bench press. He imagined himself being a lot further ahead with some extra kilos on the squats, but he's still in a very dominant position.
Yeah, in the end, when you're world champion, no one asks you by how much. So that's the most important thing to win it.
And that one slowed him down a little bit. 3 white lights.
But gets into gold medal position for the bench in his sub-junior 83 class with one lifter to follow. So we'll see if he can keep a hold of the gold medal.
So Vukovic now from Lithuania, 185. The last airbender, or is he the next airbender?
Maybe the current?
Well, time will tell. We'll see how the 185 goes.
But it seems like he's back when we needed him the most.
Well, it kept going. 3 white lights, he gets the job done.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be up and within the parameters.
Yeah, there are no extra points for style, that's for sure.
And I really like that he stopped the arrow on the head, like on the back head, so he can have more friction on the pad.
I wonder if that was actually planned or it just happened like that.
That's the little things. I actually have to go to the barber the day before I compete to get razored out my neck, so I have more friction on the pad.
All right, going to be on now from the US, 192 and a half.
Yeah, jumping 15 kilos of a very easy looking opener.
Came up like a bit of a step ladder, but it came up nonetheless. And we get the 3 whites.
Yeah, struggled a little, but did get it up. And now we have a world record attempt in bench press, 213.5.
Well, I had a feeling we'd have a world record attempt. I didn't think it'd be in round 2, though. I was half expecting round 3, but Maxim Fedin from Ukraine looking for 213.5 for a world sub-junior bench press record.
So after getting the world record squat, now he tries to get the world record bench, and we will see what happens in the end of the competition.
Yeah, look, I think he's taking a little bit of a risk here, but I also know that the Ukrainian coaches would know whether he can do this or not already. This would not be a Hail Mary at all. They would have most likely tested this multiple times. And he's probably done this more times in training than I care to imagine.
Great technique.
Two to one, it's a good lift. He's got a blue and a red from the center referee. Blue is double movement, red is elbows, is it?
Yeah, elbow depth. I mean, he gets a really high touch point because of his great arch, but I mean, we didn't see the front angle, but I think it's really hard not to hit depth in equipment.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So Oliver Armstrong now for his third lift, 137.5, missed this on his second.
Yeah, actually got it overturned by the jury for butt lift. So we will have to watch the bright light right beneath his buttocks.
There is a butt light on the other side.
There's always a butt light on the other side.
And I think he's going to be... I'm going to wait for the jury to see if they overturn this, because I think it's the same thing as before.
I mean, the butt can lift a little as long as just
I think he's okay, you know.
tiny thing still touches the
I
pad.
think it was still slightly touching.
Yeah, and the jury thinks so as well, so it stays. Oh, an increase. Yeah, an increase of 15 kilos.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, and percentage-wise for this weight, it's like over 10%.
That was ridiculously easy for a 15 kilo increase.
Yeah, but as I noticed now, he didn't use a belt on his first and second attempt, but he now uses it on the third. So this might have been the weight he had to use to get to the chest. So this is just a change of technique when you use a belt now. It's harder to get down, but he managed to stay in the line very good.
Vishkov now for 145. Trying to keep himself as far up in the tables, in predicted totals as possible. He has a good deadlift on him, so he's keeping himself in touch. I am going to wait for the referees on this one. 2 to 1, no lift. He's got blue cards for downward movement. Now this would be a tough one, because downward movement, the rule is the whole bar. So it can look like from one side.
Yeah, it was one side, then it was the other side, and it was the one side again.
And I think we got a little bit of downward movement in the middle somewhere along the line there, though. So that's unfortunate. Akavicius now for Lithuania, 152.5.
Yeah, already had great squats. Final attempt on bench, We will see if he can stick with it. You can really see that the collar is pulled down way more than before. So maybe the weight even moves the same as the first and second. You just change the shirt, like the placement of the shirt.
Yeah, you'll see them out the back in the two red lights, unfortunately. You'll see them out the back between the second and third lift with three guys hanging off the shirt collar trying to pull it down as far as you possibly can.
But it really is a two-sided medal, because sometimes you only increase by 2.5 or 5, but you think, you have to crank down the color. And I fell into the thing that always the third attempt, there's too much tension, because I think, they will need more tension.
Yeah, the jury has just overruled that last lift. Yeah, I think we've all fallen for that one plenty of times. But yeah, like we say, I mean, it is getting that shirt right and the position right and the weight set in the fine balance. It is a combination of experience, a little bit of science, and quite a bit of guesswork as well. I mean, you'll often see lifters not get their first bench, not get their second bench, and then smoke their third one simply because they've used the first two bench presses to really sort of dial it in a little bit and find the right work. Wei Ming Yu, Chinese Taipei, 160.
Was that an opener?
It certainly
Seemed
looked
like.
like it, didn't it? When everything goes well and equipped, it is quite magical.
Meters, the opponent was super close to 117. The second round is retaking it for a third time. The bar is loaded for Okula. Time to make some magic happen. Come on, you've got this.
Yeah, so the only lifter who's not yet on the board, Pavel, with 170 again. And this is where, when you're 16, how do you get like the experience to being at a world championship, not getting to lift the first and second, and then having to dial in the third? You have to have really strong nerves.
A little bit of hesitation there. I hope it doesn't cost him. Don't know if he's able to lock out that left. No, he's got 2-1. He's got downward movement again. That is a shame. And that is a tough pill to swallow for him. But he has to hold his head high and walk away from this knowing that in equipped bench, and this happens to every single athlete more than once.
At some point, everybody will have a bad day.
Yeah, look, in equipped bench particularly, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's going to happen. If you've gotten lucky enough to have never bombed out an equipped bench, it's just a matter of time. It will happen.
If you didn't, you probably have to get a tighter shirt.
Well, if you didn't, you're not a real equipped bencher, are you? You're not a real equipped bencher until you're bombed.
But how you come back from bombing, that's
and
what really matters.
This is the big thing. This is the thing that's going to make him into a great athlete in the future. When he shakes this off, gets back out here for the deadlift, and gets the job done on deadlift, that is going to shape him into a great athlete in the future. Because that takes courage. Kyocha from Poland now at 175. Yeah, bombing's the easy bit. Dusting yourself off and getting back out there, that's the tough bit.
So we see on the sideline Rafa, the Polish coach. He's also a very good bench presser. Presses north of 300 at the 93s. And now is here to help the young.
Great people to have in your corner at these type of competitions. Right, a great lift as well. 3 whites, great third lift.
And there's a different level of trust when the other person knows what they're doing, and they have been here for so many times. They've seen everything, so you can just give everything to them, trust them.
Yeah, look, equipped lifting takes an enormous amount of trust, and you've got to put your trust in your coach, trust in your equipment, and just you do your job and do the way you're told to do it, and everything will work out. Thompson now from the US, 180, and a bucket load of courage as well. Nothing quite like holding an enormous amount of weight over your face.
Yeah, Thompson still in the title contention. only about 5 or 5.5 kilos away.
He's right there in the thick of it. And that's going to make a big difference as well. Some extra kilos there.
I was afraid that he lifted his butt a little, but 3 white lights, nothing to contest.
For the juniors, that is 182.5 live now. Christopherson, the Norwegian. The bar is loaded. Please begin to follow.
Christopherson from Norway now, 182.5.
Yeah, and where's his sleeves like very up his elbow, so there's like a hand, like 4 fingers from the elbow to the sleeve. But maybe that's just how he does it. Maybe he has
Yeah.
a strong triceps.
Everyone uses it a little bit differently. And that clearly works for him. 3 whites.
Yeah, great lift.
Thomas Joseph Nicholas Lithuania 190. A minute to follow.
So we load to 190 now for Lukavicius from Lithuania.
The bar is loaded and no more changes for the juniors.
Yeah, already secured bench gold, but still will have to lift this because otherwise he's only 2.5 kilos clear of second place.
These a few kilos that could make the difference at the end of the day. Got great speed off the chest, struggling to convert, gets it to the top though, he's locked it. Referees say it's a good lift, 2-1.
Yeah, you could see like he gets very fast off the chest, and then there's this one point where he has to catch the bar, where there's almost a downward movement, and then he can push through with the
very
triceps.
lucky there, and the jury has overruled for downward movement, unfortunately. It's one of the things I talk to my athletes about in bench press is being able to chase that bar off the chest. I mean, you know, the shirt gives you, you know, an inch, maybe 2 inches of pop off the chest. And if it's moving faster than you are, then suddenly you're catching a dead weight. So you've got to be exploding off the chest, moving as fast, if not faster than that bar is moving. So when it gets to the point where it's used up all that kinetic energy, now it's your turn to take over, and you've got the speed, you've got the momentum to keep it going all the way to the top rather than trying to catch a dead weight. So 200 goes to the bar for Wyatt Gremlin from the US now.
Our bench press specialist, out benching his squat and deadlift probably.
Oh, just gets away from him there. I think we've all experienced that that bar direction in our lifting careers in equipped bench.
Yeah, it always looks very scary, but when you get used to it, yeah, used to seeing it, and you have your rack heights properly put in, which he did. There's no danger
No,
of hitting the
absolutely,
face.
absolutely not. I mean, I've had it happen to me in training and in competition several times, and yeah, if your rack heights are set properly, it's not scary. The first time you ever see it happen, as a spotter or a loader or even a spectator, yeah, it looks scary, but honestly, when it's happening to you, it's actually really not that scary.
So put on your rack heights properly.
That's
every
it.
time.
That's it. We got a world record sub-junior bench press now, 215.5 kilos. Just set it previously at 213.5. Maxim Fedin from Ukraine now looking for 215.5 kilos to increase that world record again and try and increase his lead in this competition too.
Yeah, struggled a little on the second attempt, but they probably made the adjustments, pulled out the shirt a little, and now he will be able to.
I mean, if you look at the coaching team for the Ukrainians out the back, it is 100 years of experience, but unfortunately he just misgrooved it on the way down.
Yeah, I think they fell into the trap of overly tucking down the collar and making it too hard to touch. So
Yeah, you got a bit of lateral movement there, and it just sort of misgrooved and shifted forward. It's a really tough thing to pull down. I mean, your shirt's trying to take the path of least resistance. You're trying to take the path of most resistance to build up that potential energy, and it just gets away from you. And it happens to all of us. It's a really sort of part of the whole process of learning how to do a quick bench, and even if you've been doing it for 20 years, those things are still going to happen to you. Kitamura now, so we move into the juniors, 74, 83s and 93s, and Kitamura to open up with 85 kilos in the 83 kilo junior class.
yeah, so maybe in the warm-up they saw the shirt is not working that good today. So to stay in the competition, just open up raw and then put the shirt up later and be like more free in the movement.
Yeah, and it's a particularly interesting choice, particularly if you've come all the way from Japan. It's a long trip. Food's different, weather's different, everything's different. You know, you could have put on or lost significant amounts of weight and body fat during that period of time. And the shirt that was fitting perfectly in training the week before you left now is too big or too small and just doesn't work right.
Yeah, and as you can see, he's only 1.5 kilos over the weight class, like over the weight class below.
Yeah.
So maybe he lost some weight. He has to figure out the shirt new now. And we see that he increases by 50 kilos. So he probably put on the shirt.
Put the shirt back on now. Yevgeny now from Ukraine, 150 kilos. And you do see occasionally some lifters opt to open without a shirt to ensure they get one on the board. I mean, it's not a philosophy that I generally go with.
I mean, when there's so few lifters and only one has to not register a total for you to get on the podium, it might be smarter to get one in raw. But normally, when you are at a world stage, you have to be able to use your equipment properly and use it on the stage.
Ty Fell now from the US, 152.5 kilos.
Yeah, using a pretty tight super katana. Very interested on how he will keep the chest up. Yeah, seems very easy. 3 white lights.
3 white lights in your list. Next up is the newly combat Mongolia 165. Oscar Wenzel to follow.
Ganbert from Mongolia now, opening with 165. I love how far Mongolian bench press and bench press teams have come over the last or several years. I remember seeing them, world bench competitions several years back. And they were really just getting into equipped lifting, at the world stage, and you could see the coaching experience wasn't there yet. And the athletes were a bit hit and miss. We had some incredibly strong athletes, but you could see that equipment was still a new thing for them. And you look at them now where they are, and some of their lift decisions are just absolutely fantastic. Some of their lifters are spot on the money. Their coaching is really going in a great direction. I really love seeing countries develop their coaching capacity in their teams in that matter. I mean, India's another one that comes such a long way in the last 5 years as well.
Yeah, I think just sourcing the equipment is already a pain because I'm in Europe and I still wait a half a year until I get my equipment. So I imagine in Mongolia it's even harder to get a hold of proper equipment.
Oscar Wenzel now from Great Britain, 175.
I had a tough day on squats. only getting in his opener, but wants to rectify it on the bench press.
Well, he made short work of that.
Three white lights, equipment.
Super easy.
5
That is
minutes,
determination
2
there.
down. Edmonds to follow.
And I think there's a lot more in him. Might be able to challenge for a bench medal.
The bar is loaded.
Simeo from Brazil now, 180.
Our tactician, not getting the first squat, skipping the second, and then getting it on the third.
Just being, conserving energy.
Yeah, let's hope he just gets the first bench in and can try all three, or maybe skip the second and go for a world record on the third.
Take a little bit extra rest. It looks good from here. 3 whites.
3 white lights, equipment.
Yeah, very convincing.
Another 5 more. This one's for Logan Edmonds, USA. Carla Lewis to follow.
Logan Edmonds from the US now, 185 in the 74 kilo class.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, still in the race for third overall in the 74 kilo class. Will have to make every attempt if he wants to attack second, or even defend his third place.
Yeah, that's something you've always got to consider in powerlifting as well. It's all well and good trying to go after the guy in front of you, but you've got to keep an eye behind you as well. Squeezes the tricep into position, and 2 to 1, it's a good lift.
1 equipment, 1 blue coming from the left-hand side.
Gets a blue from the side.
Carla Lewis, USA,
See,
192.5.
it's stalled.
Yeah, look, and that's not unusual to get a blue from the side, because if it comes up on a little bit of an angle, from the side referee's perspective, it can look like the bar is dipping. But as we said earlier, it's the whole bar, so side referee sees the end of the bar dip down. Their only choice is to really press that blue button. Carter Lewis now, 192.5. Just looking at the 93 kilo junior world record for bench press is a ridiculous 320.5 kilos.
Yeah, this might be from Musienko still.
I would imagine it would go back to there.
3 white lights, equipment. And the 200
But
kilo
great lift,
finals
3
silver
white
medal.
lights. He's in the competition and currently nominated in first, but still we have some more lifts to make.
The bar is loaded.
Kevin Brito, 200 kilos from Ecuador. So now the 3 Ecuadorian lifters will follow each other again. No time to rest for the coach.
Yeah, it's always a tough job for the coach when you've got multiple athletes out there.
Very good control of the weight. Searches for the touch point, hits it very well, and then explodes from the chest through lockout, 3 white lights.
Even Stone from Norway, 207.5. Danny Queller to follow.
I just had a look at the world record, and you are correct. It is Konstantin Musienko.
The bar is loaded.
It was set back in 2019, I think.
Yeah, he used to be a phenom, and is even more of a phenom right now.
Wittstein now from Norway, 207.5.
Yeah, the Norwegian lifters, like almost all of them, don't use belts because they work very hard on their arch and don't want it to collapse. So lift
Yeah,
without a belt.
and that is the sacrifice. You know, the balance. When you put on a belt, you're not going to be able to arch like that. 2 to 1, good lift.
So we see at the side angle, maybe we see a butt lift.
210 for Stalin.
Good job for the referees to pick things up through that. There's not a whole lot to look there.
Yeah, but the spotters helped him, not only putting on the weight, but also having the knee in front of the buttocks.
I always say in sport that not every decision is always correct. But in sport sometimes things go your way, sometimes things don't go your way, and at the end of the day it balances out. Referees are only human. Oh, great lift there. 3 white lights, that is the way you want to do it.
Yeah, just great lifting out of the Ecuadorian team. I mean, also in squats, some of them were struggling to hit depth, but all of them had great technique, just had to adjust a little. And on bench, it seems to be the same as well.
Yeah, and take your hats off to the coaching staff that got them through their squats and, managed it the right way and knew exactly how to handle that. When you've got young athletes and things go wrong in your opening squats and your second squat, it's really easy for them to get completely thrown off their game and freak out and have no idea how am I going to get this squat? I've just missed 2. I'm done for. It's over. So it's a great credit to a coach that can pull that athlete back in, rein them in, calm them down, get them into the right frame of mind to get out there and smoke a third. Two to 1, good lift.
Immaculate technique. Like, you could really see how his chest is staying up. He just has to go straight down, straight up, because the touch point is so high.
Orders now from Ecuador as well, 210.
Yeah, so he is heavier than Scar. So even though he's the last one out in the 93 junior class, he will be in second place on bench if he gets it. So, but still he can see what the Norwegian team puts in, so he can just chip it by 2.5 when he successfully lifts his weight.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an advantage there to go after the gold medal in the bench. It's quite beneficial to be able to come out after your closest competitor. Having to work into that touch. Did well.
What a great lift. Maybe doesn't have as much more in him as the Norwegian lifter, but we will see how they approach the tactics. And now once again, as the sub-juniors, the heaviest weight of the group will be lifted by one of the lightest lifter, Lawson Lilo, 220.5.
Unbelievable, isn't it? He's in the 74 kilo class. Weighed in at 73.65 today and is about to bench 225 kilos.
Yeah, Lawson had a tough time last year at the Open World Championships with bench, but training seemed very good, and we will see how he does this time.
Well, his bench looks good. There's a bit of hip movement there, but I think he's okay. He is 3 whites. It's always interesting how athletes go through sort of cycles of what's their best lifts. I mean, I've got a few athletes that I coach around the world, and one of them at the moment their squat was probably not their best lift. Their bench and their dead was their best lift, and now their squats become their secret weapon. So, and their deadlift, it's not as good as it used to be, but it's getting better again. They sort of cycle in and out, I think.
Yeah, it's a triangle of powerlifting.
They can't all be great.
Nah, there's always one lacking behind.
132.5 for Kitamura. Opened without a shirt. Now put the shirt on.
Do you think they did another warm-up, like in between, after he put on the shirt?
I would hope so. I mean, just to get the shirt warm and moving a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's 14 lifters, so he has plenty of time.
Oh, he's got a bit of a lateral movement, a bit of spin going. Somehow, I have no idea, but somehow he managed to turn that back in again. Hopefully we might see this from the side, maybe see the way the bar started to twist. You can see it got all over the shop there. I mean, I probably would have given up on that one, but all credit to him. He got that back into position, got his elbows under it, and managed to press it.
Yeah, I mean, he had to choose the weight he's gonna do, like before he even put on the shirt. So he had no ways of changing.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
So it might have been just a little bit too less weight because they didn't know how the shirt will sit. And I think the third attempt will be way better because now they know how it behaves and he can adjust.
Yevgeny from Ukraine there at 160.
Tyfel, 165. He really surprised me on the first attempt how well he could keep up his chest, even though you can see that the collar is rocked way down. And I hope the same for the second attempt.
It's a really hard thing to do as well. I mean, that shirt compresses your chest and it tries to sort of fold you in half. Even keeping your head on the bench becomes difficult. Oh, we've got a lot of hip movement in that one. But he gets away. Gets away with it.
Yeah, I mean, the hip can move as long as
Absolutely. I mean,
part of the butt can stay on the bench.
yeah, and it doesn't have to be a full touch, just as long as part of the butt. And you can see in that case, yeah, we see a lot of hip movement, but that butt is clearly on the bench.
So glute training also helps your bench press.
Gambit now from Mongolia, 185. You'll have a busy week this week. You're coaching all week as well.
No, I'm actually going home tomorrow.
You sly dog.
Yeah, I only had one lifter today. She did very well.
Great.
And yeah, I'm going home tomorrow. But we have nationals in 2 weeks. So it will be busy anyways.
And you'll be at World Equipped in November in Istanbul as well.
Of course. Every comp I'm at.
Got to get out there, promote fastsetup.com. So speed off the chest was really good. Just lost the line. And that is the nature of the bench shirt. It wants to find the easiest path it can. You're trying to keep it on the line to use up all that kinetic energy in the direction you want, and it wants to get rid of it as fast as it can. And usually that is back behind your head.
Yeah, and jumping 20 kilos on a bench, it's very hard also for the head to just stay in the game and get it.
Wenzel now with 187.5. He had a fantastic opening lift. Absolutely like a rocket. Second one was just the same. Didn't look much different at all.
Yeah, it's already like I like it when openers are easy, but you can see a little work, so you know you can increase it by 5 or 7.5. When it's just a rocket, what are you gonna do? 20, 17, 10?
It is a tough decision to make when it goes up like a rocket, and you can't, it's hard to say how much more can you do. Edmonds now from the US, 190.
But the British team, they gauged it really good with 12.5 jump and now 7.5.
Gets the job done. 3 whites, a little bit messy, but no points for style.
Yeah, and you could hear the coach always saying back, 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 back. That means he just wants the athlete to put the bar more over his shoulders to get into a closed kinetic chain and then just press through chest, triceps and front delts and get it through.
Sameo from Brazil now, 190.
So no skipping attempt this time.
No, he's going to do all 3 for this one. We're interested to see what he does on deadlift as well.
Maybe skip the first.
He'll still be feeling pretty fresh. Three whites. Carter Lewis from the US, we get a 207.5.
USA 207.5. Jump at 15
He
for
is,
Carter.
on predictions, by far the favorite.
The bar is loaded.
But I wouldn't say he is of mistakes and kick the barn door open to let Chelov through.
Yeah, and I mean, his opener deadlift is 300 kilos. So we see if it's a proper opener or if he just wants to scare off the opponents.
Yeah, it's not unusual to play a few psychological games. I think we've all done that here and there, put in an unrealistic number just to scare them off. You just got to make sure you remember to change it in time. Three whites for Carter.
Great lifting. Sticks into position, keeps the chest up, gets a very light touch, just as much as he needs to, and then is able to just get the stretch out of the shirt and then catch it the right time and then press out with the triceps.
There's a lot to remember in a bench press, and that's why it takes such a long time to master it. And even after you think you've mastered it, you are going to learn a lot more as well. I mean, I come to every single bench competition, and a lot of the equipped competitions is primarily what I do. I coach equipped, I lift equipped, and every competition I learn new things. I learn new training techniques, I learn new ideas, and that's after 30 odd years of doing it. So it's not something you're going to ever stop learning about and keep developing. And Vinstein now from Norway, 215 kilos.
Yeah, wants to keep on getting closer to Lawson, and with just a little bit more successful attempts and maybe some mishaps on the other side, it might even be possible.
Yeah, look, he just has to keep plugging away, just keep adding a couple of kilos here, a couple of kilos there, stay in touch, and he's well within reach, and just see if Lino makes a mistake. Well, I think it's good. It is. Came up in stages, but there certainly didn't seem to be a double movement at all.
It stopped for a second.
You can do that.
No downward movements, and then
he got great speed off the chest here. Really good. Yep, stopped nicely, and then kept it going.
Yeah, those are the two phases, throwing and catching.
Scar now from Norway, 217.5.
only just aging out of the sub-juniors, first year as a junior, and already nominated in first. Has to get good lifts to stay there, but has a very bright future in front of him.
I think the transition for men from juniors to opens is a really tough transition, not just physically but mentally as well. That was unfortunately a very tough lift. For junior men, I mean, you go in from, you often move from being at the very top of your game in the juniors, then you hit the opens and you're pretty much starting from the bottom again, and it could take you 5 years to climb back to the top. And that's a tough thing to take mentally and psychologically, to go from being at the top, possibly number one, to suddenly being all the way down the bottom of the pack again, and it seems like a long way away. You can do it, but it's a tough game psychologically, I think.
Yeah, that's why you see some juniors, they are so great in the juniors, they get medals, they get titles, and then they try 1 or 2 years in the open, they don't get the success they had before, and then they are gone. And this is not how the sport is supposed to be.
Yeah, if you commit to it and stay with it, you will build your way back up again. Oh, I think that might have dropped a bit there. I'm not sure. Hard to tell from here. Yeah, unfortunately, 3 red lights for Cello.
I mean, he has the strength. He even if when it's stalled at the top, he still was able to push through with the triceps. So
yeah, look, that's fantastically strong, isn't it? Orders now from Ecuador, 220.
penultimate second attempt. Would be in first place in bench if successful. Yeah, and they played the game. So he's second now after Norway because he's heavier. But since he was out one attempt later, he could choose a weight higher than the second attempt of Norway, which is 220. And if he gets it now, even though Norway gets their third attempt, he will still be first in bench press.
It's a great position to be in, isn't it? Being able to know what they put in before you have to think about it. Sets that chest really well, doesn't he? Three white lights, what a lift. I love the way he sets that chest, and I love the way he pulls the chest to the bar rather than trying to pull the bar to the chest all the time. You can see here, he really lifts and pops his chest to get that touch in rather than trying to keep pulling that bar down.
Yeah, there you could see with more weight, sometimes the weight moves easier because it looked better than the first attempt, I feel like.
And that one certainly looked good. Wilson Lilo now from the US, 235 kilos.
It's just enormous weight for a 74 kg, 20-year-old to move. But I think he did.
Is he planning on taking a crack at the world record on his third?
I mean, he's en route. So this has to work, has to move good. Then he could take a shot of it.
Yeah, I think that's there, and it is, and there's still room to move. I'm really interested to see what he puts in for the next lift now.
So, I mean, you can see that he's 45 kilos clear of second place in total. So, is it really a risk? Because if the 240 will probably go as well as 245.
Yeah, look, I think he's in a really unique position to, have a crack at a world record without putting a world championship at risk, and that might only ever happen once in your life. It's all well and good. I remember an athlete many, many years ago who was selected for Worlds and Juniors and decided not to go because he wasn't going to win. He didn't have the numbers to win, and my point was, this might be the only time in your life you ever get selected for a world championship. And lo and behold, he didn't go, and he never got selected again. So if you get that opportunity, look, if you get to do it more than once, that's fantastic, and all credit to you. And I take my hat off to everyone who's been to multiple, but you might only ever get one shot at it. Put them with 140, three whites.
Yeah, looked the same, kind of messy than the second, but still was able to recover and press it out. So a very well done put on a shirt for the second and third.
Yeah,
Got in both.
I'd love to see in another couple of years with more experience in that shirt how that bench press develops.
So the way it moved, he probably could have just opened with 132 in the shirt and didn't have to have the safety net of raw opening.
167.5 on the bar for Yevgeny from Ukraine now. Well, that was fast. I turned my head away to look at the board and came back and his lift was finished.
Yeah, it's the same technique as in squats, just going down very fast and then touching the chest and then...
He gets a lovely light touch, doesn't he?
Yeah. So he doesn't have to exert too much energy when going down, but you have to like really hit the point where you want to get to, which is very hard when you go so fast.
Ty fell. USA looking for 175 to finish off his bench press campaign.
Yeah. So Oliver Dahlqvist, one of the best 105 benchers, he explained to me...
Without a doubt.
Yeah, he explained to me how to go down. It's like a junction at the highway. You don't go out and brake from the start. You just get from the gas, just let it flow and brake just shortly before the junction, and that's how you should.
Yeah, it's
press.
a really nice way of describing it. Oliver Dahlqvist is actually a really good example of someone who was on top as a junior, moved into the Opens. I mean, he was World Championship in Potchefstroom, Junior World Champion in Potchefstroom several years back, moved into the Opens, and it has taken him a lot of years to get back all the way to the top. But look where he is now. I mean, he is one of the top lifters, without a doubt. Just broke the world record for bench press not long ago either, more than once. But yeah, it's a good way to describe it. I mean, we often describe it as landing an aeroplane as well. You're not just coming straight down. You're sort of, coming in for a landing and pulling up at the right point. Gambit now from Mongolia, 185.
It was a huge jump from first to second. So maybe now he knows how the weight feels, how he has to go down and hit it a little better than the second attempt.
Let the nervous system get used to a little bit. Touch was better. Oh, he's still struggling in the middle there though. He's got it to the top. What do the referees say? No lift, unfortunately. Downward movement again. It's just not really chasing it in that midsection there, and it's just catching him a little off guard. Yeah, every time it's that same point, isn't it? It's just catching him off guard, pushing him down, then he's got to start again.
Probably happened to every equip bencher at least once.
Edmonds now for 195. And you could see that was going to go behind him. You see in the replay, you can see his hips pop up a little bit too high, and that whole angle changes.
And then the feet slipped a little because
everything went back the wrong way. Hips come up, bar shifts back, and go to the feet. Not for lack of trying. It is one of the hardest lifts in equipped lifting, I think. Sameo for 195. It is the same. Is that the same shirt that he had on before?
I think so. It was a blue shirt.
Maybe I'm looking some. Maybe I'm thinking one of the other lifters are just different for some reason. I'd be impressed if he changed shirts partway through. I could certainly never do it. Kruger does that. I think changes shirts partway through. That one just proving to be a little bit too much.
Yeah, like instead of changing the shirt, I know some lifters like Konstantin Musienko, who's probably one of the best bench pressers we have. He puts it off after every attempt because his hands swell up so much. So he only has like 5 minutes in the shirt.
Oh wow!
So he really like puts it off after his attempt, sits down, and then 3 attempts before he's on, he puts it on again, presses, puts it off again.
That is a really great technique to use. I mean, it's because being in the shirt can be extremely uncomfortable and tiring as well. 195 for Wenzel. Three whites makes it look easy.
Yeah, great. And he has like a 20 kilos window of what he can touch and what he can press out. So there's he has good technique, he has great strength, and I think from now on he can just maybe get on a little tighter shirt to narrow this gap, but being able to press more weight.
Brito now from Ecuador, 210. Missed this on his second. He is in the bronze medal position for bench press.
Yeah, and he will even stay in it because he is heavier than Scar, who lifted the same weight. So he will stay in third place in bench.
Locks it out and gets the 3 white lights.
Yeah, I thought I saw some light under his glutes, but 3 white lights, it's a good lift.
Yeah, can't argue with that one. Carter Lewis for 217.5. This will put him up into the gold medal position for a moment or two, with another lift to follow, of course, with Cello to follow. For 217.5.
Yeah, so that's all he can do. He can just set weight. The Ecuadorian lifter has to go over it.
Yeah, he has the advantage. The Ecuadorian has the advantage there. Well, the way that settled on the chest, I honestly thought that he was going to struggle a lot more than that, but he pressed that really well. Just seemed to sort of settle and then double settle a little bit, but he got it off the chest well, but unfortunately just couldn't quite lock it out.
Yeah, and when you have no momentum in the bar anymore, and you just have to lock out the last little bit, it's the hardest part. And
it seems so easy, but it is so hard.
You just lie there and push, but nothing moves, and then at some point, yeah, they wreck it away, and you don't get the lift.
That's Scar now with 217.5. I think he went a bit easy there. 2 whites.
You will see the side view, but it was a great lift.
You think he could have done a bit more than that. Hindsight's 2020.
The bar is loaded, 48 to follow.
It's now from Norway, 220.
Yeah, sets him up for normally second place in the total. But he still needs every kilo to not get caught in the end.
Looks like he's going to get every kilo. That was a really nice lift. That was an exceptional third lift.
220 kilos for
Yeah,
Ecuador.
so if you ever want to learn bench press, just rewatch this stream.
Yes,
Like you see so many great, like different techniques, but all of them are really great. Like the fundamentals, they just are perfect.
Chilla now from Ecuador, 220. He is the gold medalist in the bench press. With or without this lift, he's gold medalist. I think he would prefer to get this lift on.
So we will see. He had a little downward movement on the second attempt.
Just needs to be a lot faster in himself off the chest. The bar's moving well off the chest, it's great. He just needs to keep up with it. Exactly like that. That was a lot better. And look at the difference. We'll see the front on replay on this one, and you'll see the difference where that momentum stops and he has to take over.
Yeah, you can see it stall, like it stands still. This is where it went down last time, but this time he really caught it
He had the
perfectly.
momentum there this time and made a big, big difference. Or it is now for 230 kilos. He is in the gold medal position.
And really needs this lift to stay in the competition for for first place.
Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it? It's you know, he's all the way up the top here in the bench press, but without this lift, that's 10 kilos he doesn't add to his total, and that 10 kilos could actually cost him. So a much more important lift than just getting the number on the board.
Five seconds.
Why are they not getting the start command? He just got it in time. Oh, well done. 3 white lights. And that is a tough position to be in when you're held there that long as well.
Yeah.
Great job.
But you might give him a voucher of fastsetup.com.
I think I think he set up extremely quickly in a very limited amount of time. World record bench press now for the junior, 245.5. Lawson Lilo from the US. He looked like he was planning this right from the start. 220.25, 235, now 245.5 for the 74 kilo junior world record.
Yeah, you could see his shirt now being really loaded, having struggled to get under the bar because it's so.
Yeah,
So far down.
they have jacked this as much as they can, I think. And you know, this is the sort of thing, it's likely he's never done this lift before, so there's a lot of sort of guesstimation of how that shirt should sit for this sort of weight. And he's made it work. Has he got it? 3 white lights he has. What a finish at 245.5 for the world record, and puts himself in a really strong position, you know, right out in front with estimated totals. I'll tell you, what a way to finish. Well, don't go too far away. We're going to be back here in 10 minutes time with the deadlift session to see who is crowned the champion. Welcome back to the 2026 IPF World Sub Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships, live from Sun City in South Africa, and brought to you by none other than Aleco and SBD. And we are into the final session of today, into the deadlifts, where champions are crowned and dreams are absolutely shattered. This is the toughest part of the whole competition. You've put in everything you've got, and now you've got to do 3 more maximum deadlifts as well. This is tough, and really tough and equipped as well. So we will take you through the sub-junior deadlifts first, and then we'll move into the juniors as well. And we just saw a couple of fantastic bench world records broken as well. We've seen world records been dropping all day today. Let's see if the deadlift holds anything special as well. Machola now from Slovakia, opening with 120. Nice and easy.
Yeah, I think after bombing on bench, he just said, hey, come on, I'm in third anyways for deadlift and for squats. Let me just open real light and maybe
make sure I get one on.
increase, or let me just hit the showers and get home.
Yeah, it's not easy to walk back out there after all that.
Yeah, and he scratched his second and third. I feel like in a group of 14, it's fine to scratch, because I don't think anybody needs more than 10 minutes to recoup.
Yeah, particularly in deadlift as well. I mean, you're not having to wrap knees or anything like that. I think in squat, it's a polite thing to do to leave the numbers on there, because everyone's sort of timing themselves to wrap their knees based on who's before them. But in deadlift, at the end of the competition, I think this is absolutely fine. Oliver Armstrong, 165.
Has a really tight suit. Has trouble walking to the platform. Really struggles to lock it out. Might have hitched a little. You see on the replay. I think he didn't spend enough time at the bottom to get in proper position, and then just moved it up.
And the jury has overruled that one. I see you just pointed out that Wyatt has scratched his next 2 lifts as well.
Yeah, so Armstrong will have to repeat that weight.
Naoko now from Japan, 180.
Maybe doing the same as on bench, starting off raw and then getting into a suit for second and thirds.
Yeah, and it's not unusual to see lifters do their deadlift without equipment. It's one of the lifts and equip that you get the least out of a suit, and on top of that, it's probably the one that really takes a really long time to sort of figure out how to get anything out of it.
Yeah, when I start people in equipment, I tell them don't worry about deadlift, just do it raw for the first 1 or 2 competition and focus on squat and bench.
Yep.
And then at some point we incorporate it, and maybe they get something out of it or they don't.
Vatsoj now from Mongolia, opening at 240.
Yeah, he's still in the battle of even first place. It's only 25 kilos.
Yeah, he's certainly not out of it. I mean, a couple of good deadlifts that he can catch his way back up. A couple of missed lifts from the other guys, and he can find himself moving up the podium a little bit.
So I think the whole podium can still be shaken up.
Three white lines.
Yeah, you could really see where the suit helps you and where it doesn't. So you get from the floor, you get really easy, really fast, and then at the top, you have to extend against the weight and the suit.
There's nothing left there at the end, is
Yeah.
there? 245 for Vukvicius from Lithuania.
Yeah, he's currently nominated in first with 7 of 5 after this attempt in the 93 sub-juniors. But he will have to fend off the Mongolian and the Polish team.
Well, he did not mess around with that at all.
Yeah, his coach Sipers, he's also known for his deadlift. So he probably taught him a thing or two.
The bar is loaded.
Good lift there from Fedden.
Yeah, and we thought he'd be way off the total world record because his opener used to be 220, but they
He's
probably
right there.
put in a placeholder, and now with opening 250, he's only 8.5 kilos away from the total world record, which he will go for in the second attempt.
The Wei Ming Yu now Chinese Taipei, 252.5.
Yeah, reusing his squat suit for deadlifts.
It's being efficiently economical. 3 whites.
Yeah, and when you think about it, people always say, yeah, equip lifting is so expensive. No, it isn't. You need one suit, one shirt, and one pair of knee wraps.
Just mix a few things around, turn them backwards, they'll be fine.
Yeah. And I mean, raw lifters are buying like 5 pairs of knee sleeves.
Oh, Gotcha makes short work of that one.
Yeah, that's how an opener on deadlift should look like. You should be able to jump a lot of weight and not be tired out by a first or even your second attempt. To have every single bit of power for your third attempt.
Thompson to follow.
Bishkov now for 255. He's certainly in the mix for the medals. Needs to keep himself in there. And he's certainly in the mix to peg down a gold medal as well. And that's a good start.
Yeah, and using hook grip. And I think we don't see it that often in equipped because you have to have time to set it up. And when you have a super tight suit, you don't have any air or time to set the hook grip up.
Yeah, if you can successfully do the hook grip, there is a slight biomechanical advantage to it. But on the upper real plus side, it puts the bicep in a much better position as well, and a much safer position.
3 white lights in your mid. 257 for Christopherson.
Christopherson now for 257.5.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, is our prime candidate for first place overall. If he gets this in and probably closes the door with another attempt. Easy work.
3 whites.
Over Bechkov. The ranking will be 83. Final opener activities for Lithuania 260. The bar is loaded. Armstrong to follow.
Gavicius now in Lithuania 260. That'll bring us to the end of round 1.
Yeah, and since he has the heaviest opener, he can really watch what the others put in as their second attempt and then just chip them by 2.5 to be in a prime position for third place.
Good
30
opener.
seconds, second lift.
This will be a pretty quick round two. We've got
At the end of the first
two
round will
scratched
only Mr. Armstrong use the
lifts,
restricted
so
equipment.
we're down to I think
First
11
round
lifters now,
starts second round at 165.
and Armstrong will
Most willing background to
retake that
follow.
165 that he missed in round one, and there are our current standings in deadlift.
Yeah, for Armstrong, it was not a matter of strength. I think he didn't respect the weight enough to like pull himself into the best position to start, because it,
Bar is
of course,
loaded,
it hurts on your
265
legs
for Armstrong.
and on
The
your
equipment
back,
is supporting
but
band size of
you have to
65
get into
millimeters.
perfect position to just get from the floor really fast and then into the lockout without any issues.
Yeah, sometimes it's really easy to rush things. You see he's taking a bit more time this time. Oh, it's a bit scrappy again, but he gets the
30
job done this
seconds in
time.
deadlift. He seems nervous,
Yeah,
but
you
it's
can
over.
just see he's probably just gassed from squatting and benching and the whole day of
Release the
competing.
trophy.
Yeah, it
This
takes
round
its
at
toll on you.
120. Background to follow. The bar is loaded.
The Moko now 190 for Japan.
Still no suit, so stays with the classic lifting.
There's quite a few lifters that have competed at world championships in equipped and have probably never put on a deadlift suit. Not unusual.
I mean, if it doesn't help you, why bother?
Oh, that was a tough second lift, wasn't it?
31
Gets the job done, but there is not a whole lot of room left to move.
Yeah, but he struggles from the bottom,
Final
and you
background
know what
speed
could
loaded at
help him from the bottom?
265. 50-50 to follow.
Deadlift suit might give him a little bit of help there. 255 for Bartoj now from Mongolia.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, trying to make bigger jumps to get closer to second and first place, because as he set in third, like there is no reason not to make big jumps and just try to get up the rankings.
Oh, that was a tight squeeze at the top. I'm not sure if he's 100% locked that out, but the referees say he has. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, and this makes a good referee. He waits until you actually stop, and not when they think, yeah, you're at the top, and then the other referees give you red lights for that.
Yeah, he's still pulled, and he gets it to the top and locks it. That is a much better angle to see that. 270, 257 and a half, sorry, for Vilkovicius, Lithuania.
Yeah, and so if he gets this, he's in a very good position to win the whole thing.
If he gets this, that was like a million
31
miles an
seconds.
hour.
Team archery.
Sub-junior total record
The
attempt. You
bar
called
is
it
loaded.
260
The
for
world
Maxim
championship total
Fedin
record for the
from
Ukrainian.
Ukraine. This will give him a total of
This is the debut of the day.
762.
Stand
Current world record is
for twice the total for
760.5.
seconds.
So chipping it by 1.5 kilos on his second attempt deadlift. So he has another one after that.
Looks good. Never looked
The
in
red white
doubt.
lights a new world record
Great lifting.
with that second attempt. And there's more where that came from.
So we move into the 83 kilos now for Wei Ming Yu from Chinese Taipei, 262 and a half.
Taipei 262.5. Waha to follow.
Yeah, that keeps him. No, that would bump him up to second place for now, with two lifters still trying to get that place back. So that's the bane of being the quote-unquote worst deadlifter. You always have to do it first, and all the others can just see what they need.
Yeah, it's always a tough position to be in.
Three
Three white lights.
Same weight for Hong Kong's
But
Waha.
on the other side, when you know your lifter, you know exactly what they have in. You can push the others so much further that they might miss.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. Is just to play your game, and if it pushes them a little bit, put in what you can. 262 and a half now for Fiasha from Poland.
The bar is loaded.
Washer.
Red white lights a new lift, provisional deadlift goal. Alexei Bishkov, Ukraine, 267.5. Thompson to follow.
Yeah, so now Alexei Bichkov going for 267 and a half. And this would put him into 702.5 kilo total, which is 2.5 kilos
The bar is
more
loaded.
than the Taipei lifter did. So he will push up to second place. But after that, the Lithuanian lifter actually goes to 705, which is 2.5 more again. So pushes them down again.
There's a lot goes on in the deadlift session. This is where you want to have a good coach at the back who's very good at managing the numbers as well. Oh, he made short work of that, doesn't he? I think that looked better than his opener.
A new lift.
Yeah, and with the current
Joe Thompson,
setup
USA,
on the back, you see like
272.5.
everything. So you only have to see 2.5 there, 2.5 there,
The bar
subtract,
is loaded.
add to it, and it's I think pretty easy to calculate when you have every little information in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, the sport is coming such a long way. We're getting more and more data available to us, making everyone's jobs easier out the back. It's all well organised. Joshua Thompson now for 272 and a half. Oh, he's just a little bit gassed, I think. He's going to need to take a breather. Maybe he can pull that on a third if he can recuperate a little bit.
The bar is already
Maybe
loaded.
also just knows, okay,
272.5.
he will not be
Active
first
repeat to
place. He
follow.
will not reach that. He can't get third place. So maybe he just loses some grit.
Three white lights.
Yeah. So this establishes Ragnar as first place, and will probably not be caught. Now he can just choose a number, maybe see if he can reach for overall placement, which he is in third now, and just take this as a goal since the placement in the class is already decided.
The bar is loaded for activities.
Akavicius now from Lithuania, 275.
Yeah, and this attempt moves not only him into first in deadlift, but also second in total. So he really needs this lift now.
Oh, it looks good.
Three white lights.
It is three whites.
Provisional deadlift goal.
Yeah, you could see him when he's going up. Now in the replay we will see he loses a little bit of tension in the back, like midway through,
7.5
like
reps.
right
Armstrong.
here, but he's just strong enough. His back extensors are just strong enough
Rep 8 is
to
at
keep
2
pushing and then
full
pull
body
back
movement.
and keep it into lockout.
Yeah, he recovered that quite well. So we move into the final round already. Oliver Armstrong, 167.5. This will not change his ranking in the deadlift or the total in any way.
But you're here, you flew to South
The bar is
Africa,
loaded for
you
Oliver
want to
Armstrong.
do
Right
all of
foot.
your attempts, even though it's just a 2.5 increase.
Yeah, these are not just any attempts, these are world platform attempts. There's nothing better than getting that sort of experience on a world platform. Oh, it's still going. It's still, oh, I think he's got a bit of hitching going on there. I'm not sure. Hard to say from the angle where the referees didn't like it much.
105 with great bar
But I think
superman.
he is really lucky because he actually got
Now
one
including the
attempt
bogey
in
for
and only
5.
2.5 more. He didn't get in anymore. So he
Settling
found
for
his perfect max of the
206.
day.
That's it, and it is tough to really predict that one as well. A lot of athletes, I was saying earlier this week that a lot of athletes don't train all three lifts in one session. They'll train squat one day, bench another day, deadlift another day, which is great for training because you can't train all three lifts every single time. But when it comes to competition,
The bar
you
is loaded.
haven't got the competition stamina, and it's very hard to predict what your bench, what your first deadlift can be, having done all three squats and all three bench. So I always like to have some athletes do some all three lift training several weeks out from comp, get them in that sort of competition stamina, have a really good understanding of how their body responds to all the lifts before they go out there. And they're a lot more prepared on the platform.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to do at least one session where you do all three, especially when you don't have too much competitions behind you.
The Moku now, 200.
Still lifting the bogey.
And any other day of the week, you'd probably be able to pull that. But after everything
Armstrong.
and a full day of competition, not so much.
7.5. This is his first in the deadlift event, so first pole position in the weight class.
So Bathoj now from Mongolia, 267.5.
The bar is loaded.
This will put him up to gold in deadlift.
Yeah.
On body weight, yeah. And he will remain ranked number 3 overall. Oh, he just couldn't quite lock it at the top. It moved faster at the bottom than any of his other two lifts, but just
5 more
couldn't
attempts
keep
to
it
bench
going at the
increase
top,
for the junior
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it was the
1
fastest attempt of them all, but then he just tipped forward.
Second to first
The bar
deadlift event of the
gained
night.
too much momentum and then he couldn't hold on
I
to
think
it.
it just moved a bit faster than he was expecting, actually. Caught him off guard.
The bar is loaded.
You don't expect
Very
your last
important
deadlift to move
deadlift
that
for
quickly.
Lithuania.
Milokovicius now from Lithuania, 267.5. That'll put him up to the gold medal in the deadlift. He is ranked number 1. I don't think anyone can take that away from him, barring a miracle left. That just was like a rocket
Very
again.
easy deadlift. That's 3
Even the
flat
camera
rows.
couldn't catch
He has
the
done he
airbender.
has
Open up
done
from the foot
squats
of
and bench, right?
20 carats.
Because he looks like he's fresh out of the training room. Well, the excitement keeps coming because we go to 270 now for Maxim Fedden for another World Sub-Junior total record. Got some referee shuffling. An attempt change coming in. That is the biggest attempt change I've ever seen on my screen. I think I've just been blinded by attempt change flashing up on our screens here. Well, we can't miss it.
Yeah.
We definitely know there's an attempt change going on. We can't see anything else on the board. Let's see if we can see who's putting that attempt change in.
I mean, the bar would be loaded. I think the change this shows us is the Polish lifter in the 93s, because he upped his third attempt
There's gonna be slow.
to fight for a
He's
gold
going
medal.
going after the gold.
3 minutes.
Well, you've got nothing to lose, and crazier things have happened. So that doesn't change our lifting order. Oh, no, it does now. So that will mean Milkovicius will lift at 267 and a half.
No, so he
No, that
has
shouldn't
to
change
go
the
again.
lifting order.
Maybe they misloaded. Maybe
We've got a relift, have we? Yes, we do. Sorry, my mistake. We do have a relift. So it's not going to change our lifting order. So Fedden will be next, but we do have Milkovicius coming out at 267 and a half. Now he has 4 minutes on the clock. As far as I'm aware, he can come out at any time during that 4 minutes.
Yeah, since he has to follow himself, he has the minimum amount of rest. That's 4 minutes, and he can come out anytime. So if he feels ready now, he can lift it now, but he can also wait until it's 10 seconds on the clock. Um, I think they misloaded, or he went out for a different weight, and now since they cannot just put more weight in than he lifted, he has to retake it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I
So
think it's a long day. Spotters and loaders have a
yeah,
long
look,
day.
I mean, I've been here the last couple of days and we've had a lot of lifting. And I think this is the first time I've actually seen a relift and any sort of major error from the platform crew. It is tough out there. It is the toughest job in the whole place. So we've got a few minutes now to take the chance to thank the fantastic sponsors that make these competitions happen. Of course, Aleco NSPD. You see all the Aleco equipment out there on the platform. It is top-notch stuff. Every power lifter's dream, every weightlifter's dream is to own their own set of Aleco equipment. It's my dream too. Hint, hint, Aleco. Um, and we don't just talk about it because they're sponsors. We talk about it because it is honestly the best equipment on the planet. And of course, SPD as well. You'll see, most of the lifters out here wearing SPD belts, SPD knee sleeves, all the SPD equipment, and it's basically because they do make the best equipment that there is. And not only that, both these companies stand behind their athletes as well, and do a lot more for the sport than just sponsorship as well. And you'll see them at competitions, you'll see them at events, you'll see them supporting and helping athletes along the way. And I've seen, our sponsors helping out athletes that have lost equipment or things haven't shown up because their baggage has been lost to competition. And I've seen these guys walk up and hand them gear to make sure they can compete with the right equipment and the proper equipment as well. So hats off to these guys for making all this happen, and helping make these competitions as memorable and as amazing as they are. And we've got about 1:30 left on the clock, so he is going to use up as much of that time as he can. And I can't blame him, I would be too. He's actually going to come out for a fourth lift, really.
Yeah, I mean, he moved it very easily, so I don't think he's exerted all of his energy. But it's still hard to get your head back into the game, because you went out, you lifted it, and yeah, I'm world champion, and then they tell you you have to do it again.
Yeah, that has to sting a little bit. And here he comes now.
Yeah, and who else could do it than the Avatar?
the way it moved on his last lift was absolutely, I mean, as we said, the camera couldn't even keep up with it. So coming out with this one, absolute hats off to him. And he's not messing around with that one either. You want me to do it again? I'll do it a fifth time if you want. So now we get the opportunity for a world total record. Fedden will look for 270 kilos. It will give him a total of 772 kilos, which is well over his just previously set world total record of 762.
Yeah,
But
so
we've had an attempt change come in, I think. So we've changed lifting orders now. Bataj now will do 267 and
Okay, now
wait,
there's
didn't
been
he
a
already lift his third
loaded
lift?
he did, I
267.5,
think.
because as it turns out,
All right,
the
I'm going to go and
opponent
find
who
out
lifted
exactly what's
fourth
happening.
in Lithuania was also misloaded. So he's getting an extra attempt, a second third at 267.5. Unusual things happening, but now it turns out the bar is loaded for
Yeah,
Team
so
Lithuania.
the bar is loaded for Bartosz. He will go for 267.5, which would put him into first place in deadlift for the time being. It would not change his overall positioning, but this is a gold medal in the deadlift. Unfortunately,
No
3 red
adjustment
lights. He
needed.
couldn't move it the same as he did on his
Turns
third
out
attempt,
it
but I think when you follow yourself after like 4 minutes and you think you're already done, but you're not done yet, then it's really hard to stay focused. But he's still third place in the world in the total.
Yeah, look, I just had a quick chat with the jury, and it resulted from some misloads.
The bar is
So
loaded
to
for
actually
Lithuanian
ensure
second world
that
record
the
attempt.
end result was correct, they've had to load the bar correctly and relift these lifts. So it's an unfortunate and it's difficult, but that's the way it is, and that's the way sport rolls sometimes. So now we get a world record attempt, 270 kilos on the bar. Oh, he's determined, isn't he? It might not be fast, but it just never looked in doubt. 3 white lights, world total record of a monstrous 772.
Yeah, and you could just see him. That's why he's here. He wants to push this total record as much as he could. He did the squat world record, the bench world record, and now
The bar is
a
loaded.
270 kg deadlift to finish off with 772.
That is huge, isn't it? And then we move now to Wei Min Yu for 270 as well. So this will put him up into second place overall and third for deadlift. Now, this is a big push up into the medals. Oh, I think he might have done it. He has 2-1. He's pushed himself up onto the podium for now. Obviously some more lifts to follow, but he has given himself every opportunity to walk away with a medal.
Yeah, it looked very messy, but I think it just stalled and he didn't push the knees under it, so no hitching. Seems like it stays.
Looks good. Jury seems to be okay with it.
Yeah, and so he'll have to watch the stream for 3 more attempts because all of the lifters coming after Thompson now they will try to get to the second place of Wei Mingyu.
So Joshua Thompson now 272 and a half. This will push him up into gold medal for the deadlift. Doesn't change his overall rank.
Yeah, seems like he's done for the day.
I think, I don't see any movement over in the doorway there. I think he's just left his number on out of politeness with another 2 already scratching, making sure everyone after him gets the required rest. I think he's decided he's had enough. Yeah, I do recall his second attempt at 272 and a half. It didn't really want to shift off the floor much. So it is a tough day of lifting until you've actually competed at not just a competition, but a world level competition takes a lot more out of you as well. It's both physically and mentally draining to be in a world championship. And he's done well. He's put in a great job and done the best he can.
Choose the one.
Yeah, and
But
I think he has a lot of potential, like the sheer muscle mass and the way he
The
moves.
bar is
I
loaded.
think he will just need some more time in equipment, use it properly, and then he'll shoot up the ranks.
well, here comes Bishkov. He's going to try and shoot up the ranks as well. He wants a silver medal. This lift will push him into the silver medal overall, obviously with a couple of lifts to follow, and a silver medal in the deadlift. And he gets that one there. So now all he can do is sit back and wait.
Lucas
Yeah, of course,
Kasavikis,
changes of the
Lithuania.
Lithuanian team. They go to 280, which would be result in a total of 710.
86
And
in deadlift
since
gold.
Lucas is the
Going
heaviest
fourth
lifter of
position
the
in the
three,
weight class,
he will have to chip it them by
biceps
2.5.
simply increase.
So 710, 280 as a deadlift is the perfect number he could choose to put himself into
It's the
second
first
place
number to
overall
drop out.
and also first place in deadlift for the time.
So Lukas Akavikis now from Lithuania, 280. So this will push him into silver. And of course it'll push him into number 1 in the deadlift, with another lift to follow him, of course.
The bar is loaded for the second
He'll have to get
position
fired
in
up for that.
80.
It's all or nothing. If he gets it, he is vice world
The
champion. If he
podium
doesn't get it,
favorite.
he's fourth place.
It is all or nothing. It's moved well, it's stalled out, and I think he's locked out too early. How he kept pulling that is beyond me.
What a way to finish.
Three
I
white
thought he'd
knights.
locked out too early, but he'd managed to keep it pulling. It was almost a sort of sumo conventional deadlift at the end there. But he gets the 3 white lights and gets the job done, pushes himself up into the medals.
You could see in his brain, I will not let this silver medal go, and he put everything into it.
The bar is loaded.
It's amazing how people can perform when there's a sniff of a medal, isn't it? Kristoffersen now, 280. He is world number 1, regardless of this lift.
But this lift puts him into first in deadlifts as well.
And I think he's got it. Kristoffersen is the sub-junior world champion in the 83s. Fedden is the world champion in the 74s.
Final attempt for the sub-juniors.
And we're just going to finish off
It's Anton
the 93s here.
Polish
So
is
Washer now
2.5.
looking for 282 to go and try and take the gold medal overall and the gold medal in the deadlift. It is a big, big call, but he's got nothing to lose.
A 20 kilo jump to
Yeah,
close
and
out his
when
day.
you're at a world championship, you have the chance to get in first, even though it might seem a little high, 20 kilo jumps. You just try it because you have nothing to lose.
Oh, it's moving well. Just couldn't quite get it there. So Vilkovicius from Lithuania will be the 93 kilo world champion. What a way to finish. Everyone pushing each other that little bit harder. Gets there in the end. So we move into the juniors now.
The finale. It is time for the juniors openers.
There are our standings in 74s, Fedden with
First one out is Zamora.
the deadlift at 270 there, and we'll bring up the overall totals in a moment, hopefully. And Fedden with 772 and a world total record, of course, in the 83s. Kristoffersen 72.5, and in the 93s we've got 727.5 and Vilkovicius from Lithuania. And Katamura with 185 to open for Japan in the junior 83s. And Gambit now from Mongolia, 205.
Yeah, so we will have quite some battles here as well. In the 74s, if everybody gets their first lift in, probably Lawson will be first place, but second, third, and fourth are all one deadlift away from each other, so it will still be very interesting. And the same for first place at the 93s. It's not decided yet. Ecuador and Norway will have a tight battle.
So the
35
World
for
Championship
Wenzel,
is
first
certainly up for
ranking.
grabs.
5 stones
Wenzel
follow.
now from Great Britain for 235.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, setting up his hook grip, taking his time. Super easy.
Yeah, made that look really
The
easy. That
winner
was a
is
great
Wittgen.
opener.
240 twice the first one in Norway
Wheatstone
in
now
Oslo.
for
The bar is
240.
loaded. 70 to
We're in
follow.
the 74s.
Yeah, the first out of the pack around second, third, and fourth. So he will put a number up, and all the others will watch him and adjust their second lift accordingly. So you normally always chase, like you put your first in, and then with the second attempt you chase the first attempt of the lifter in front, and this is how it goes. And then the lifter in front has to put in all threes,
The
all
bar
three
is loaded
attempts to be
same weight
safe.
as Ali. Headlifts to follow.
Ty Fell now from the US looking at 240. Get all these openers out of the way. Get the totals locked in and see where everyone's sitting. Three whites.
Yeah, he's pretty much set on third, but he can still try to get PBs, get good lifts in at the world stage,
Logan Edmonds is
and
pressing
he has
245.
3 more years in the
50 to
junior,
follow.
2 more years in the
The bar is
junior.
Yeah,
loaded.
he's got plenty of time left.
Yeah.
Logan Edmonds now from the US 245.
Using wrist straps for deadlift. Some people say it helps for
I
grip.
think, yeah, look, I've heard people say it. I don't really see significant benefit in it. I think, but I am always a big supporter. If someone feels like it helps them, then that's
The bar
okay.
is loaded.
Yeah. Just gets
Unfortunately, it's a no
out of
lift.
balance.
Yeah, just gets a little bit out of shape there. Lawson Lilo now from the US 250.
Yeah, the clear favorite of the class, closing in on 100 GL, 250 as his opener, taking no chances, easy lift.
Three whites.
8 good lifts.
Was a little worried about his
65.
right hand opening up a little at the top,
12 to
but I
follow.
think he just got to the top so quickly that it bounced a little in his hands.
Yeah, I think I can see that. Just sort of grabbed into his thigh and bounced a little bit. Yevgeny now, Ukraine 255.
The bar is loaded.
I think also had a different opener in before, changed it. You have until 3 lifters before your group starts
Yeah,
to
he
change your openers.
dropped it down a bit, I think. 3 whites.
8 good lifts.
Yeah, it builds confidence when the first attempt is just super easy.
Ecuador,
So
260.
sometimes you see people
Simao,
dropping
130.
openers just to
The bar is
get the
loaded.
confidence up for second and third and still get to the planned second.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great way to go. I mean, you're at the end of a competition. You don't realise how fatigued you are until you walk out for that first deadlift, and you don't want to be walking out and finding out you're so fatigued you can't pull that opener. Jello now from Ecuador 260.
30 white lights. 265 for Brazilian Simao.
Then
30
we
to
load
follow.
265. Simeo from Brazil.
Yeah, we'll have a tight battle with Wenzel for fourth and fifth place. And
The
those
bar is
places
loaded.
are important for team points.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're not just important for team points. I mean, it's also important you're moving yourself up the rankings each year. I mean, as well. I mean, to walk away from a world championship at competition, say you finish fourth in the world. I mean, that is no easy feat and nothing to be sneezed at either. A 265 in the bar for Sameo. You don't see a lot of conventional lifters these days, but good to see someone still doing it.
Struggles a
Police white
little
lights for
to
China.
get the shoulders
Changing
back.
to Quito, Ecuador.
But since
Yellow
the clarification of the
Lewis, get
rule
ready.
came in March, you just have the shoulders
The bar
behind
is loaded.
the projected angle of the bar when you go from the bottom to the top. And this was just on a line.
Good clarification there. Brito now from Ecuador, 270.
Yeah, and with this lift, he already has an 800 kg total as a junior.
I mean, those totals, if you go back 5 or 10 years, those totals are unheard of in sub-junior and junior. Oh, he just gets a little bit off balance at the top there, and that's a no lift, unfortunately.
Yeah, he can dial it in,
2 more chances.
get into
Chances
correct
for a total.
position from the start, and then it will fly up.
3 rounds completed. 3 final openers. Lewis, Straw, and Harris.
Carter Lewis from the US now, 300 kilos. This will put him to the top of the deadlift in his weight class in the 83s, and that'll solidify his total. And I think that will put him
The bar is loaded.
in a fairly safe position. I'm not going to say completely secure, because stranger things have happened in powerlifting, but he would be very, very difficult to peg down at 825.
Yeah, and if this moves very easy, the world record is just 340. I have seen 40 kilo jumps from first to third attempts on deadlifts, especially on a weight of 300.
Yeah, and especially when medals are up for grabs as well. Well, that moved well. Locks that away. That solidifies his total, puts him to 825. I would think that puts him out of reach.
Yeah, I think maybe the coaches can do like a smaller jump now to solidify it
Yeah.
100%, and then just go for it on the third with a bigger jump, because there's no one attacking him.
Scar now from Norway, 310. Wants to put himself in the front running as well.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, but can't miss because
Oris is right there behind, right there behind him as well. He has to make sure he puts everything on the board. No mistakes. And he's not making any mistakes today. 3 white lights.
yeah, just a great lift.
Good lift for Straw.
You could see the influence of his brother,
And we'll see the
He's
reaction
very
who's
much.
coaching
of
him
Carlos
right
from
there.
Ecuador. As Carlos, the
He's
first
a very
training by
well-built
Carlos
deadlifter as well.
26 years for his opener. And Kitamura, get ready. The bar is
I
loaded.
don't think that completely secures his position, but it certainly does make it difficult for Oris to peg him down.
I mean, Oris has nothing to lose to the bottom, so if he gets this in, he's pretty solidified in second. So I'd just go for the number
Yeah, look,
that beats the 310.
if I was him, I'd be putting it in there and seeing what he can do.
You could even think about skipping the second attempt, because there's no one pushing you from the bottom, and then you know exactly what you
Yeah,
need
that
for your
would be a
third
very
attempt.
tactical move, that one, would you? You're a sneaky little coach, aren't you? I don't want to come up against you out the back.
That is one streaky light.
Well, I was going to say you might get one red light there.
Pretty good lift.
I mean, I thought he stopped like way before and wanted to sell it, but then
The
he
second
extended a
performance
little more in the
is
end.
indoor at the 90 kgs. So time
Yeah,
for the
he's there.
platform to start timeout.
I do always enjoy the moment when the athlete knows that they know they're not there, but they try so hard to sell it.
88 classes.
Never worked
Bars
ever.
loaded for Vita Koran Japan,
Kitamura now
197.5.
197.5. We are into round 2 already.
Really tries to loosen up this upper back to get his arms even longer. 3 white lights, a great lift.
And a fantastic
The
exit
second
as
start
well.
in Mongolia,
I'm going to give him 10
2:22.
points for the platform exit.
The bar is loaded.
I couldn't do that in a suit.
I couldn't do that without a suit. I'd bound to fall over something. Gambut at 220 kilos. Not going to change his rankings at all. Oh, you can see the fatigue starting to kick in. He's still working it and still getting it there, but
31 lights to
everything's
go.
starting to slow down.
Yeah, I'll have to find him later and ask him where he got the IPF socks
Was the first round.
from.
Logan Edmonds now from the US 245.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, fell forward on his first attempt, but it looked pretty easy. So if he just slows it down a little, he has the power to do it.
Yeah, just needs to really make sure he's well focused and dialed in. And that's more like it. Much, much better.
Yeah, you see him slowing down at the top. It might be strength, but it might also just be him.
Yeah, I think it's also the focus and just making sure he's zoned in, not rushing it.
Yeah,
Oscar Wenzel now from Great Britain, 250.
yeah, getting a little pressure on third place
Yeah,
since
he's putting the squeeze on them a bit there.
yeah, since Burrito hasn't got his first attempt in. I think he will do it, but if not, Wenzel could go for a medal.
Three white lights.
Great attempt.
Milestone and Norway 252.5. Time 50, get ready.
Littstein now, 252 and a half.
Yeah,
Push
the first,
himself up a little bit.
yeah, the second one of the bunch of the 74s.
The bar is loaded.
Trying to close the door with the second attempt to get up to a total of 760.
Oh, that was tough at the top, wasn't it?
Yeah, it has to work for it. Maybe the Norwegian team, they thought, okay, we go a heavier second, so it's just done after that. And then we don't need a third attempt.
Well, it's not a bad tactic to go that heavier for the second when you've still got a little bit of energy left in the tank. That third one is always going to be tougher. No matter how easy you try and make the second one, that third one is going to be very difficult. So Ty Fell now from the US, 260. Won't change his current rankings, but wants to get this on the board, keep himself in there.
Yeah. And he's just 50 grams lighter, heavier than Joello. That's why this is not a second place pull.
Well, he gets it there. I don't know if there's a lot left though.
Lost in kilo.
Yeah, maybe the 2.5 he needs to beat the first attempt of the Ecuadorian lifter.
Man in the lead in the
Yeah,
Control.
he's got that, but it's gonna be a tough one. He's gonna need to get out the back and rehydrate and recuperate as much as he can in a short period of time.
And the coaches will tell him, yeah, just pull harder.
Lawson Lilo now from the US, 267.5. Yeah, there's nothing better than when the coach just says, just pull it. You'll be fine.
It's gonna be hard, but it's supposed to be hard.
The bar is loaded.
Lawson looks far too fresh for someone that's been lifting all day.
Yeah, he's young, he's light. They don't get too exhausted as we are.
The old dinosaurs.
Way better than the first.
Yeah, that really was, wasn't
Could
it?
hold onto the bar very good. 820.5 as a junior 74. If I'm not mistaken, this could be a medal in the Open as well.
Wow. It's such a sport that's progressed so far in, if you look at over the past 5 years even, the progression of these numbers is phenomenal.
Yeah, and then if you look at the 74 top ranking, it's still Yaroslav Oleg for 10 times, 10 years now.
Evgeny makes it look easy. Cello now from Ecuador, 270. We are not far away from moving into round 3. And we'll see all the tactics come into play and everyone jostling to try and climb the ladder as far as they can.
Yeah, and this is where you have to have a team at the back, 1, 2, or 3 coaches just to calculate.
Yeah.
Because when you have to handle and calculate at the same time, it's really hard to please the athlete and also get to the right number.
Yeah, look, and you want to get the best result for the athlete you can. And, you're not necessarily their full-time coach. You're only really handling throughout the competition, so you want to do the best for them you can. Well, that would look better than his opener as well.
Solidifies his 800 kilo total as an 83 junior.
The bar is loaded for Kevin Brito, Ecuador. He's yet to have a total because he got his opener this week, finishing third in the weight class.
Brito from Ecuador, 270, missed his opener. Just needs to dig deep for this one.
Takes his time on the start. Yes, great attempt.
Yeah, I think he's good now.
3 white
And
lights.
the entire crowd was behind him, and it didn't matter what country they were from, they wanted to see him get this.
Yeah, you could really see him taking the time to get in the proper position. And then the suit just helps you that much from the bottom so he
Yeah.
can lift it.
It's really easy at the end of a competition to come to your deadlifts and get into the habit of the old grip and rip, get out there and get it done. And don't get me wrong, there are occasions when that is the approach you need to take, but when you're at a world championship, take your time to set up properly. Don't rush that, because it's the rush and rushing it that really often lets the lift fail.
So this is contradicting to fast setup.
Well, no. I'm not denying fast setup. Grip and rip, fast setup. Sameo from Brazil now, 275. I just like to see people out on the platform before there's more than 10 seconds left on the clock.
3 white lights, a good lift, provisional deadlift.
3 white lights. Now you're listening at home and you're wondering what fastsetup.com is. We had some issues in Poland at World Bench where quite a number of lifters were not on the platform with still 20 seconds left on the clock, and quite a number of lifters very casually walking out with only 30 seconds left on the clock. I like to see my athletes on the platform long before that. Carter Lewis now for 312.5. And this should lock everything away.
Pushing for a way bigger jump for the third, looking at the deadlift record.
Yeah, this will take him to 837.5, so
he still has 4 years as a junior, so he doesn't hit. If he doesn't hit it now, he hits it next year.
If he has 4 years of a junior, this will put him at 837.5. Say next lift takes him to 845. He is not far away from the world total record. And he's got 4 years to chase it. And the way that moved, I wouldn't be surprised to see him put in 325 for the next one.
7.5 in total. 2 more minutes in the second round. Score in Aros, 325 for the Subaru. He always goes first.
So Scar now from Norway for 325.
Yeah, and pretty much closing any door with this attempt if he gets it successful.
Yeah, this will take him to 902.5, which just, I think that just locks everyone away. Araz would have to do something quite incredible to catch that.
Yeah, and this is the point when you're pretty secure, where you start calculating for best lifter.
Yeah.
And you're getting out your app on the phone and see,
Yep.
okay, I need that much for that points and those points. So this is what probably also happens in the back.
Goal by end of the round.
Well, I think he is reaching the end of
Final attempt of the round.
his capacity at the moment. And you know what? Carter Lewis has actually put in 340.5. And I'm going to guess it's probably a bit of a placeholder for now.
I don't
But
think
you
so.
never know. He might take a crack at it.
Why not try it?
We got nothing to lose when you're that far out in front. Like we say, it might be the only chance you get in a lifetime to take a crack at a world record without risking a world championship. Scar's put in a nice placeholder of 400 there.
I was happy for a little second because I thought he's not coming out and trying to do the tactics. But yeah, I think 325 should move good and put him into a good spot for a PB total.
This is where you see all the placeholders go in to make sure you come out last with Scar's 400 on there. Oh, squeeze it out. Has he locked that out? I'm not entirely convinced. Neither of the referees. He just couldn't sell it.
Yeah,
That's
I think he
unfortunate.
felt the bar slipping already, and then
Yeah.
you don't want to overextend because you rock it into your quadriceps and you open up your hand even
Makes
more.
it even more.
So just sell it like this, and if it doesn't go through, you couldn't have done better anyways.
Well, we move into round 3. And this is where we start and get the opportunity to crown our 2026 champions for the 74, 83 and 93 kilo junior men. And first one out the bat is Kitamura from Japan, looking for 215. 215 not going to change any rankings or anything like that.
The bar is loaded.
I think he's waving into the crowd.
And not today, unfortunately.
But exits with style.
I am giving him the award for best exit, regardless of whether that list was successful or not.
Limestone effect is the color.
So Gambit now from Mongolia looking for 230. Again, not going to change his position in any way.
In the meantime, sub-juniors.
He's getting a little bit overexcited, trying to get out the platform before the core bar loaded.
After the end of the round.
Yeah, so in third attempts, the bar has to be cleaned after every attempt. And in first and second round, only when the coach asks the TC.
Yeah, you can request that at any time. You can request a bar cleaned anytime you like.
Yeah, and squats and bench as well, yeah. Very interesting way of putting the straps.
loaded. Program lap.
Well,
6:30 and
just reached the end
6:38.
of the fatigue zone there, and that is just not moving.
On the entrance cone from Norway, 257.5.
Whitestone now
Third in the deadlifting and second in the weight class.
257.5.
This is contested by Mathiesen, either Norway or Ukrainian for that vice champion behind Austin Tito. The bar is loaded. Whitstone has to pull first.
He is ranked number 2 overall.
But
And he's not safe there though, is he?
he has to get this lift, and even then he will be under fire by Yevgeny.
And it's a tough call for Yevgeny as well. Yevgeny can go after him, but then
3:01
Yevgeny
left.
puts himself at risk of losing the bronze medal as well. So it's a tough decision there. You've got to make that choice. Do I hold on to this bronze medal and defend it, or do I go after the silver and risk losing everything?
I think you assess how good the weight moved for Edmonds, and then you think about if you think he can do more. Yeah, it's always, you just have to know four things as a coach: what your athlete can do, what the other athlete can do, what you have in the rule book, and what they have in the rule book to fight for.
Oscar Wenzel now from Great Britain, 257.5. Your rank number 5 in the world. That is pure determination. 2 white lights, gets the job done.
I think there was a lot of whip in the body, but not in the bar, so he might get away with it.
6:47.7.
And from that angle, it looks okay.
Logan Hendricks, get ready.
Ty Fell now 267.5. He is number 3 and completely safe in number 3. A little bit too far down the rankings to challenge for anything higher up.
The bar is loaded.
But to go home from a world championship with a bronze medal and 3rd in the world in the 83 kilo class.
Yeah, he's really fired up. I think he will need any power he still has left in his body. Just too heavy.
No, it's really hard ask at the end of a competition for that last lift. And you can feel amazing and feel $1 million, but the second you walk out there and try to pull something, there is just nothing left in the tank. Edmonds now from the US, 272.5.
Yeah, so Edmonds now tries to reach for 3rd place in total to beat Yevgeny. If Yevgeny only tries to cover, he might change down to
Yeah,
7.
so this is the point where Yevgeny's in a good position here because Edmonds has to pull first. So if he gets this, then Yevgeny has to consider defending his bronze. If he misses this, yeah, Yevgeny gets a shot at going after another medal. So Yevgeny's now in the position where he can challenge for the silver medal without risking his bronze.
Yeah, I mean, it still will be a hard attempt, jumping 20 to your 3rd.
Yeah.
But he moved every single lift today so well, so easy, and so fast. So now maybe one time he has to actually use his
Actually do
muscles.
some work.
Yeah.
Lawson Lilo now 277.5. He is number 1 overall and well out of reach.
Yeah, and actually closing in just 12 kilos below the total world record.
Wow.
With a lot of time still in the juniors. So
that is unbelievable, isn't it? 12.5 kilos off the world total record, and he's still got a few years left to go. I
the
dare say
future
we'll
is
see
bright
that
for
fall.
him.
No messing around
It's an
there.
easy third attempt for lost
Great
1
lifts
kilo.
all around the board. All 3 lifts, great.
8:30.5, lifting by 17 kilos from
Cello
Brazil.
now from Ecuador, 277 and a
The
half. He
second
is
attempt for
ranked number
Mexico
two,
is standing from
solid in that
Ecuador.
position, and
7.5.
Carter Lewis well out in
The
front
second attempt,
in
deadlift
this
again.
in the 83 kilo class.
Is loaded.
Oh, just couldn't
Mexico's
quite
second
hold on
time,
to it.
unfortunately no lift, so standing.
Yeah, really took his time, got in a great
Standing
position,
behind
but at the
Carter
top,
Lewis in the barbell.
I know the feeling when you lose the weight from the grip.
Yeah, look, you're fatigued, you're dehydrated, your hands are the first to go. You did well. So Brito now
Is third in
for
93,
280.
191.
We'll push him up
Carter Lewis
into
protecting
third
bronze.
position in the deadlifts. Won't change his overall ranking at all.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, but still, a deadlift medal is something you can work for, like you can have as a goal, because when the total is already decided, you still want something
Yeah,
to
there's still going to be some
pick
sort
a
of
number.
motivation, something to push you forward. So he'll finish in the bronze medal position overall and hopefully get himself a deadlift medal as well. Oh, and just couldn't quite get it there.
Time to go.
A little bit off balance. Nothing
Extended the knee
unusual.
just a little bit too early,
Yeah.
and then you can't with the straight knees you can't just lock it out.
No, gave it everything he had. Yeah, the old straight knees and turn your sumo into a conventional part way through.
Get ready for the awards order.
Sameo from Brazil now, 282 and a half. Won't change his ranking. He is third in deadlift and fourth overall.
The bar is loaded for Emmanuel Simao. He has sealed 282.5. Magician, get ready.
It's always great to see the Brazilian lifters, how they get fired up. There's always so much emotion into that.
Vai, Manuel Vai.
Oh, I think he's got it there. He has.
2 to
2 to
1
1. It's a good
equal
lift.
lift. Strong
So
finish
close.
from Emmanuel.
If the head ref just let him stand for one more second, it would have slipped out of his
Goal on the
hands. But
table. This one is forgive me, Magician.
he convinced her to give him a down
He scored
command, and he got it. 2 to 1, good lift.
Just in the nick of time.
0.4 seconds above.
Yevgeny now looking for 290. This will push him up into second overall
The jury has overruled the previous lift of
and should
Vito.
secure that. Oh, the jury has overruled that last lift, unfortunately.
The
There's
bar
a
is
no
loaded.
lift.
Magician. Let's go on to the next set. Standing for
And
third
now,
attempt
the
by
most
Magician.
important
Gold
lift
medal
for Evgeny of
Mexico.
this day. Third deadlift, 20 kilo jump,
2.5
290
kilos.
to get to a
Hey,
767 and a half total, what would
Vito
be
pinned
second
by
place
Magician.
overall.
has the opportunity to challenge for a silver. Oh my gosh.
Still looks super easy.
How did he move that so quickly? He's put himself into the silver medal position. Absolutely outstanding.
Carter Lewis, our eternal
We
star.
talked about maybe the extra 20 kilos being too much of a jump, but wow, absolutely
From Ecuador,
smoked
Aaron.
it to get the silver medal.
He's guaranteed to be second in the
What
weight
a
class
way
up
for him to
and the
finish. We've only got a couple of lifts
silver
left.
medal.
Right now, we've got orders for 325. He is the silver medalist in the 93 kilo class. So in our 74 kilo class, Lawson Lilo from the US takes the world championship. Yevgeny takes that silver, and Weitstein takes the bronze. We're still yet to completely decide the 83s and the 93s, but right now Anas in the 93s. He is the silver medalist. Scar will take home the gold medal, and Brito the bronze.
Yeah, so since Aros is heavier than Scar, he will not take the first place in deadlift for now. And Scar can then freely up his third attempt to whatever he thinks he's capable on the day.
Oh, just couldn't quite lock it out there.
Great try out.
Gave it everything he had.
David, you're still the
So
highest
Scar
scoring
now
player in Charlie
the
Murillo's
world
world
champion in the 93 kilo class, Ores in silver and Brito in bronze, and Scar now has an open invitation to lift whatever he feels like lifting. He currently has a 902.5 total, 335 will take in the 912 and a half. The world record is 990.5. He is edging closer to that every year.
Yeah, and still has weight to gain in the class, has time in the class, so we will see how far this man will go in the juniors, and then after that he's already set for the open.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, if, you know, 5 years ago or 10 years ago, you would think that 1,000 kilo total in the 93 kilo junior was impossible, but we are edging ever so closer to it. Oh, he didn't quit on it. He gave it everything he had, but he goes home the world champion with or without that lift.
Yeah, he might have already known that it's for nothing really, and didn't put everything into it.
Well, right now, Carter Lewis has got a free run at the World Junior Deadlift record. It is 340 at the moment. He's put in 340.5. I thought he put it in there as a placeholder, but it looks like he's really going to take a crack at it.
Yeah, why not? Just go for it.
He's got nothing to lose. His current total is 837.5, well ahead of second place Cello in 800. So he has a free run at the deadlift world record, 340.5 kilos. He is the world champion in the 83 kilo class. Cello as the silver medalist and Fell as the bronze medalist. Can he finish on a world record? Wouldn't that be a way to end today's competition?
Yeah, and put himself into a good position for overall as well. Going up to 100 IPF GL points.
Has he got it in him? He has been on fire all day today.
Yeah, just has to put everything into this one single last lift of the day.
Let's go.
Can he lock it? He locks it
Oh,
out.
it's there. I think he's done it. He has.
did
3 white lights. What a way to finish. That's the fastest exit I've ever seen. I think the camera lost him there. That was, what an unbelievable way to finish. I thought he put it in as a placeholder. He went from 312 and a half on his second to 340.5 to finish with a world record and a world championship. What a way to finish today's competition. Absolutely outstanding. And there's our overall standings. Lilo on 830.5 for the 74 with Yevgeny in the silver, and Weidstein with the bronze in the 83s. Lewis with the gold on 340.5 at a world record. Cello with 800 silver, and Fell with 700 and the bronze. And in the 93 kilo class, we'll bring those up in just a moment. In the 93 kilo class, we've got Scar on 902.5 kilos for the gold medal. Ares with 875 and Brito with 800 to finish out. Well, don't go too far away. We'll be back here with the medal ceremonies very shortly. Of course, we'll be back here tomorrow morning with the 105 to 120 kilo equipment as well.
And 90 degrees of this equipped championship. As wished by the IPF and the organizers, each and every member of the flight is going to receive a participation award as a souvenir of their presence here in Sun City, South Africa. Awards given out by PJ Joseph and Chen Ye Chow. So we're going to start off with the sub-junior 74s, of course, with the squat event. Bronze medalist of the squat event of the sub-junior 74s with 235 from Slovakia, it is Pavel Vakola. silver medalist with 280 kilos from the USA, Joshua Thompson. And with a new junior world record of 288.5 from Ukraine, the gold medalist is Maxim Fedin. Thank you. Time for the bench press medals. In bench press silver with 180 from the USA, Joshua Thompson. And 213.5, a new sub-junior world record from Ukraine, Maxim Fedin gets gold. That's it for the bench press medals. Time for the deadlift medals now. Thank you. Bronze medalist of the deadlift event with 120 from Slovakia, Pavel Vokola. Silver medalist with 257.5 from the USA, Joshua Thompson. And with 270 on the day, deadlift gold goes to Ukraine and Maxim Fedin. Thank you. Now to the final placings in the weight class. Unfortunately, one did not register at all, so vice champion of the world at 17.5 from the USA, Joshua Thompson. And your 2026 sub-junior equipped 74 world champion with 772.5 from Ukraine, it's Maxim Fedin. And I would ask everyone in attendance to, if you're able to, stand up for the national anthem of Ukraine. That is it for the sub-junior 74s. Time for the 83s. And the squad event of the sub-junior 83s, bronze medalist with 277.5, Wei Mingyu from Chinese Taipei. Silver medalist with 295 from Ukraine, Oleksiy Bichkov. 310 kilos squat gold goes to Norway and Ragnar Kristoffersen. Thank you. The bench press event, collecting bronze with 160 from Chinese Taipei is Wei Ming Yu. With 182.5, the Norwegian Ragnar Kristoffersen gets bench press silver. And with 192.5, the USA Wyatt Gramillion gets bench press gold. Thank you. Now to the deadlift medals for the sub-junior 83s. With 272.5 from Ukraine, it is Oleksiy Bichkov that gets bronze. And the top two positions were separated on body weight. Deadlift silver goes to Lithuania and Lukas Akivitis with 280. The same 280 but lighter on body weight, it is Ragnar Kristoffersen from Norway that gets deadlift gold. Thank you, gents. Time for the final placings in the weight class. With 7.5 overall, it is Oleksiy Bichkov in bronze. Sub-junior vice champion of the 83, silver medalist Lukas Akivitis from Lithuania, 710. And your 2026 Sub-junior 83 equipped world champion from Norway, Ragnar Kristoffersen. 772.5. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're able to, please stand up for the national anthem of Norway. now it is time for the 93 sub-juniors. And the squad event of this weight class with 270, it is the Polish Konstanty Burchat that gets bronze. With 275, squad silver goes to Lithuania and Domas Vilkevicius. And squad gold goes to Mongolia and Ayargal Batorsh with 280. Congrats and thank you. Time for the bench press medals. In bronze with 160 from Mongolia, it is Ayargal Batorsh. In silver with 175 from Poland, Konstanty Burchat. And in gold with 185, the Lithuanian Domas Vilkevicius. Thank you. Junior deadlift medals now in bronze with 255, the Mongolian Ayargal Batorsh. In silver with 262.5 from Poland, Konstanty Burchat. And in gold with 267.5, the Lithuanian Domas Vilkevicius. Thank you. Now to the final placings in the weight class. Bronze overall with 695 from Mongolia, Ayargal Batorsh. Vice champion with 707.5 from Poland, Konstanty Burchat. And your 2026 Junior East 93 champion with 727.5 from Lithuania, Domas Vilkevicius. Now please everyone in attendance, if you're able to stand up for the national anthem of Lithuania. Congratulations to all of you subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing off this flight, get ready, start the song. It is time for your medal ceremony. All juniors of this flight, it is now time for your award ceremony. Please gather up. It is time for the award ceremony of the juniors. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for one of the junior of this flight, 7483. As was by IPF and the organizers, each and every member of the flight is going to receive a participation award as a souvenir of their presence here in South Africa. The award given out by me is going to PTI, Chinese crowd from Chinese Taipei. We're going to start off with the junior 74s, of course, with the squad event first. In bronze with 287.5 from Norway, Anders Vestone. In silver with 307.5 from the USA, Lawson Lilo. And with 310 kilos from Ukraine, Yevgeny Matyeshin, the red squad goal. Thank you. Bench press medal in bronze with 190 from the USA, Logan Edmonds. In bench press silver from Norway with 220, Anders Whitestone. And with a new junior 74 with a record of thank you and congrats on the world record. Decorative medals in bronze with 257.5 from Norway, Anders Whitestone. Lawson Lilo. And with 290 deadlift gold goes to Ukraine and Yevgeny Matyashin. Thank you guys. Time for the final placings in the weight class. Bronze overall with 765 from Norway is Anders Weistow. Vice champion 2.5 quarter stone from Ukraine, Yevgeny Matyashin. And your 2026 Germany with 74 world champion with 830.5 from the USA, Lawson Lilo. Everyone in the audience, please rise if you're able to for the national anthem, USA. Congratulations to all of the 74s. After a quick picture, we'll be moving on to the 83s. Of course, we're going to start off with the squatting of the 83s. In bronze with 275 from the USA, it is Ty Feli. In silver with 310 kilos from Ecuador, Stalin Cuello. And in gold with 317.5 from USA, Carter Lewis. Thank you. In the bench press event, collecting bronze with 165 from the USA, Ty Feli. In silver with 207.5, also from the USA, Carter Lewis. And with a massive 220, collecting gold from Ecuador, Stalin Cuello. Thank you guys. In the deadlift event, collecting bronze with 260 from the USA, Ty Feli. In deadlift silver with 270 from Ecuador, Stalin Cuello. And with a new world record of 340.5, deadlift gold goes to the USA and Colin Lewis. Now to the final placings in the weight class. You can sit down. Bronze overall with 700 on the dot from the USA, Ty Fidi. Vice champion of the world with 800 also on the dot from Ecuador, Stalin Coelho. Year 2026, Euro Equipment 83 champion of the world with 865.5 from the USA, Colin Lewis. And once more, I'm going to ask everyone in the audience who's available to please stand up for the national anthem of the USA. Fantastic weight class to watch. Congratulations to all of the 83s. One more ceremony. It is the junior 93s. Starting off with the squat event, all of the junior 93s in bronze with 320 from Ecuador, Kevin Brito. Squat silver with 330, also from Ecuador, Ariel Arros. Going 133 and still managing goal with 360. It is Ole Jonas Skar from Norway. Thank you. Press medals in bronze with 210 kilos from Ecuador. It is Kevin Brito. In bench press silver with 217.5 from Norway, Ole Jonas Skar. And in gold with 230 kilos from Ecuador, Ariel Arros. Thank you. Now the deadlift podium, starting off with bronze with 275 from Brazil, Emmanuel Simeao. In deadlift silver with 350 from Ecuador, Ariel Arros. And in deadlift gold with 325 from Norway, Ole Jonas Skår. And finally, the overall placings in the weight class. Bronze medalist with 800 from Ecuador, Kevin Brito. Vice champion of the world, silver medalist with 875 from Ecuador, Ariel Arros. And your junior 93 equipped world champion in 2026 with 902.5 from Norway, Ole Jonas Skår. And for the last time today, please everyone in the audience stand up if you're able to for the national anthem of Norway. Very entertaining weight class. Congratulations to all of the 93s. That is the end for today. And after one last lap of honor, we'll be completely done. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 for the 105, 120s, and 120 pluses. One last reminder, all countries who have paid for medical tickets, please collect them at the office.